Well, good afternoon or early evening. If we could have everybody please take their seats and find a seat so that we can proceed with the meeting. But as you do all get settled, would like to officially call the meeting to order, a special meeting of the Santa Clarita City Council, and if the city clerk would please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Mayor Smythe.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem West.
Here.
Councilmember Keller.
Here. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, would you mind leading us in the flag salute? So if you all would please join.
Please all rise, face our great flag. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone being here. Prior to getting into the meat of the meeting, I did want to see if any of members of the council have any comments or anything you'd like to say prior to getting the meeting going. Mayor Pro Tem, if you have any.
What a nice thing to do. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. And I was so thankful and felt very privileged that I lived in a community where more than 50 people would volunteer to come and serve and try to keep our community, the great community, a wonderful place it is to live, who would have the patience, the time, the commitment to do this job. And I just say it speaks so well of where we live and who you are in this valley. So I just want to thank everybody. You count, you matter, and you make a difference. And bless every one of you for being willing to come up, speak, be a part of the process, and make a commitment in your community.
You know, I would just simply echo what she said. She's right on. Very much appreciative of all of you coming out and being a part. And I know we got kind of a long process in front of us this evening, but I think you will agree it's a very fair process. I certainly hope so, and that everybody will respect and we will move along. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you.
And I, too, just want to thank you all for having the courage to go through this process. I know that it is a process that some of you have not been through, and it's just different. And I just want to say thank you so much. I was extremely impressed with the applications and getting to know some people that I had not met before and being able to get to know you all better. And I appreciated speaking with those who asked to speak with me. And just good luck to all of you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And just to add my comments to, echo what the rest of the council said, and to quote one of my favorite movies, The Highlander, there can be only one. And with that in mind, I certainly hope that those of you who have applied and ultimately are not appointed to the council use this as kind of a springboard for your continued involvement in the city. As Councilmember McLean said, many of you that I met with that I hadn't known before, I thought, wow, this, what a great group of candidates and applicants, and many of you are living the life of what most Santa Clarita residents are doing between going to work, running your business, raising your families, and that's what we're looking for is continued involvement. And so whether or not you are ultimately successful tonight, I certainly hope that you look at other ways of being involved with the city, within the community, and we build from that. So with the council's approval, just to kind of go through how we envision the evening to proceed. First, we'll have the public participation, and because this is a special meeting, that will be limited to 1 minute, and also it is to speak to the item on the agenda. Unlike regular city council meetings where you have public participation and are there to speak on items that are not necessarily on the agenda, this is strictly for this special meeting. So those members of the public that wish to speak, please keep it to the topic at hand. Additionally, for the candidates or applicants, we will, as we said, it'll be 3 minutes initially. I will call you up in the order in which you had submitted your application, and so the city clerk has compiled an updated list of that. Similar to city council meetings, I'll call up groups of 3, so you'll know, which when you're on deck and when you're getting ready to go. Once the public participation and the applicants have shared and have spoken, what I would like to do then is take a brief recess and ask that the council members compile a list of applicants with whom you would like to speak further. We will compile that list, present it to the city clerk, who will then put it together and provide it back to me as once that is done, and then we will reconvene to further questions of all of the candidates with whom we've identified. From there, council will then, that will then be closed once that the Q&A period has been exhausted, and then we will go into council discussion amongst ourselves. This will all be done here in public from the dais, and I think that's the way it should be. And if you get offended by this, then you shouldn't have applied, because you're in the wrong game then. And so at that point, we'll discuss amongst ourselves and look to see if we can reach a consensus. Certainly, if we're able to do that tonight within a reasonable hour, we will. However, the appointment does not have to be made until February 2nd. So if we see the night running long, I will ask that we try to shorten then the list to maybe 5 or 6 candidates that will then roll over to the regular meeting on the 24th, where then we would have an opportunity to finish the deliberations. And so that is my hope. We will not go until 2 in the morning. I think, as we all tell our kids, right, no good decisions are made at 2 o'clock in the morning. And so if we're not able to reach a consensus, again, at a reasonable hour, we will look to roll it over. And that's why the council made the decision to have a special meeting on this day, so that we do have a secondary meeting that we can continue on. And so if there is any questions from the council or edits, I'm willing. Very good. So then, like I said, we will roll into get started with the public participation part of the meeting. Steve Petzold, followed by Leah Walker, followed by Peggy Stabile.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak to the topic this evening that this should actually be an election. Let's continue this process. Let's have a discussion of the real issues facing the city. The appointment process is already flawed by the fact that some of the city council members here have already had interviews with candidates. There was a process established at the beginning that was published by the city clerk and followed by most of the individuals here. The granting of public interviews went outside of that process, which makes the process flawed. Short of an election, I certainly hope that you will appoint Tim Ben Boydston. He ran for election. An appointment process is a backdoor way to grab a council seat with cheap grace. So I speak to you tonight and ask you to extend this process, call for a special election at the earliest possible date, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. So, thank you. And one other thing, that we talk about in the regular meeting, the applause, while supported, It does extend our time here. Other elected bodies do with the kind of a silent applause. So if you want to do that to show your support, that would be great. But if we can minimize the applause, that would help us move along as well. So Lee Walker, followed by Peggy Stabile, followed by Jeffrey Martin.
Good evening. My name is Leah Walker. I'd first like to thank the mayor and the city council members for allowing me to speak today. I am a 20-year-old full-time student at College of the Canyons here in Valencia. I would like to express the importance of having Rhonda Baldwin Kennedy, a person of color, on the city council. I met Rhonda when she was running for the board of trustees at COC. Although she didn't win, she kept her campaign promises of being on campus, attending the board meetings, and creating opportunities for students such as myself. Currently, I am an intern at her law firm, where she gives me advice, allows me to attend court with her, and teaches me the different aspects of being a lawyer, such as conducting legal research and examining evidence on a case. Because of Rhonda Baldwin Kennedy, I'm getting hands-on experience before even attending law school. I have spoken with many classmates at COC and in my honor society, Gamma Beta Phi, about the importance of representation. Oh, is that the end?
Close it up, yeah.
Okay. Rhonda Baldwin Kennedy would offer insight as an attorney who lives and works in the city, interacting with other residents face-to-face every single day. That experience and knowledge that comes with running her own successful law firm would make her an excellent addition to the city.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Stabile, Jeffrey Martin, followed by Lois Tillman.
Good evening. Thank you, Cameron. Mr. Mayor.
No, you were my high school counselor, so that's okay. As long as you don't go over my grade report here, that's not on the topic.
Good evening. I would like to introduce to the council Anna Dwork, a candidate who is eminently qualified to sit on the council. Anna brings to the table not only a complete understanding of the diverse community that Santa Clarita has become, but possesses the knowledge, skill set, and experience to help create the inclusiveness that the council is now seeking. She proves this daily as an assistant principal at La Mesa Middle School, and showed this in particular when she created a comfortable environment for the minority parents at La Mesa to share their thoughts and concerns by forming the Latina PTA. This service was then taken up by several other schools in the district because it proved itself to be so valuable to allowing people to feel comfortable. Additionally, as a member of the school's management team, she has been a real estate investor, a small business owner, a tireless volunteer in Santa Clarita, and has demonstrated that she's a team player who listens carefully and makes very, very wise decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Jeffrey Martin, followed by Lois Tillman, followed by Robert Grant.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeffrey Martin. I've been a resident of Santa Clarita since 1988. I've gone to Cedar Creek Elementary, Rosedale, James Foster, Arroyo Seco, Saugus High, and College of the Canyons. I feel that the city of Santa Clarita needs to invest in its younger population to increase the turnout at events like this, increase voter participation, and also increase overall participation in community events. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Lois Tillman, by Robert Grant, get to that one. Please.
Good afternoon. I'm here to throw my support for Dr. Robert Cooper. He is a member of this community. He is a pastor. He has family here. He takes care of his congregation. We are very pleased with him as an instructor. He is founded in this community. He has supported the school systems, and he works with at-risk youth through the University of UCLA where he works. I think he would be a great addition to this council. He would bring much needed diversity. He understands all people, so I think that he would make a great selection. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Grant. Followed by, forgive me, the last name Bowers, I believe, and then Paulette Cooper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Robert Grant. My family has lived in the general area, San Fernando, Silmar, Santa Clarita area, Antelope Valley since the late 40s. And I'm a retired architect, and I've visited many communities, including Santa Clarita here. And over the years that I've seen and worked with people, the passion that the people have to work and improve their communities is exhibited by Dr. Cooper. I think he would be a great asset to the council. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Bowers. Thank you. Followed by Paulette Cooper and Daphne Evangelista.
My name is Arnita Bowers, and I'm here with my husband, Elijah Bowers. I live in the community. I've been living here in Santa Clarita over 20 years, and I know Dr. Robert Cooper for over 15 years. He's a great man, and he's a man of integrity and stamina, and I do think he will be number one for the city council here at Santa Clarita. He has worked in the community, he knows the community, he knows people, and he is the right man, I believe, for the job. He is well educated, he's UCLA, he's traveled, he's done all types of things. So, but he's a man, he's a family man, and he loves this city of Santa Clarita, I can guarantee you. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulette Cooper, Daphne Evangelista, and followed by Doug Frazier.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Paulette Cooper. I am a 16-year resident of Santa Clarita, and I've been married to Dr. Robert Cooper for the last 25 years. Over the years that I've known him, he has always been an upstanding person who not only spends his time helping his community and those around him, but also continues to stand by all of the commitments that he makes. For these reasons and many more admirable character traits that he possesses, I know that he would make a wonderful addition to the Santa Clarita City Council. Thank you so much for your time.
Good, thank you. Evangelista, followed by Doug Frazier.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Daphne Evangelista, and I've been a resident of the city of Santa Clarita for nearly 25 years. And I just want to say I love this city. I love everything about it. Its safety, its many opportunities. I've known Dr. Robert Cooper for 9 years. He's a great educator, motivator, and mentor. He cares about this city, which is demonstrated by being actively involved in the schools and with the children. We were fortunate enough to have Dr. Robert Cooper mentor our son last semester for his senior project. He encourages his parishioners to become teachers and good examples of what it means to be upstanding citizens in the community that we love and beyond. I'm very fortunate to have known him because he pushes us outside our comfort level to achieve wonderful things you otherwise didn't believe you had within you. And I believe he could do the same thing for the city of Santa Clarita, given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Doug Frazier, who has withdrawn his application as a candidate, and so he's here to speak in public participation.
Great.
Mr. Coop, Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, my name's Douglas Frazier. I did turn in an application, but I didn't realize the magnitude of all that's going on, so I'm withdrawing my application at this time. I do support what Steve Petzel said, and that the special elections should be considered again, and this process is a little bit, want to be not accepted too well by the public. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We also, that concludes our public speakers. We have several written comments. One more coming in. Thank you. And one has asked, that we consider putting a Democrat on the seat. One asking about calling for proposition, term limits, a special election. Questions about, again, about the doing special election, term limits, and special elections. So those are the written comments as well. So at this time, I think we will we'll begin hearing from our applicants. So again, if we can change the clock to 3 minutes. First up will be Kenneth Dean, followed by Alan Ferdman, followed by Marcus Hershey.
I hope you realize what being number one here means. I'm going to talk to you about my feelings and not about my past, which you've all read about. I feel that we need to look forward to the future of our city. We're a growing city. We have a lot of necessaries. We have a lot of specifics. And we have a great city. We live in a great city. It's not just one neighborhood. It's all the neighborhoods. It's all the people in the city where everybody should be represented equally. As a founding father of the city of Santa Clarita many years ago, I had a vision of a city of the future. I had a vision of great schools, which we have. We have people moving to our city just so their children can go to our great schools. And we need to continue this. We have to continue building schools. We need to work on a great grid of roads throughout the city with no traffic congestion that function in a harmony by restriping our roads, by synchronizing our lights, by doing turn-ins for buses, everything that we need to do to keep a steady flow of harmony with our traffic. We need to bring in more job-friendly businesses. A prime example is the Cheesecake Factory that opened up not too long ago, employing probably a couple hundred citizens in the city. This is phenomenal for our city. I'd love to see other businesses come in, like a Nordstrom's, which I think would be very beneficial to our city. We have a problem with homelessness. Somewhere along the line in the future, I'd like to see a city with no homelessness. We have a humanitarian crisis with our encampments. There's nothing more depressing than to see people living under the bridges, living in tents in the riverbed, leaning against walls and pouring rain where it's cold and rotten and miserable. Unfortunately, we have the opportunity to go home to a warm home and a warm dinner that these people don't have. We need to look at that. I'd like to see parks everywhere in our city. I grew up in Chicago, and I remember there were parks I don't care what neighborhood you lived in, you had a park. For kids, for teenagers, for seniors, parks were everywhere, and we have the land for that. We need to continue with our open space to protect our environment from developers. We need to look at the Whitaker-Burmite property, which is a prime location for a grid of roads that our city desperately, desperately needs. I'd also like to see Stevenson Ranch annexed into our city. I think this would be extremely beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also for applicants who have not spoken to the council meeting before, you've probably kind of seen the light system. When it hits yellow, you've got about 30 seconds. So use that as your cue as you get through your following comments. So now, Mr. Ferdman, followed by Mark Hershey, followed by Mark White.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Alan Ferdman, an over 50-year resident of Canyon Country with 4 generations living in Santa Clarita, ranging from 7 to 95 years old. Having attended virtually every City Council meeting for the last 5 years, I think you know me fairly well. Yet, just as a reminder, I included with my application a one-page bio and list of projects and issues I supported over the past few years. In thinking about how to use this opportunity, I decided to reflect on some of the Santa Clarita City and LA County committees where I have served and come to understand how interaction with staff has been key to their success. For example, starting with my volunteering at North Oaks Park with Jeff Wheeler and Karen Grant, the County Winter Shelter Task Force with Paul Novak, appointed to the Open Space Financial Accountability and Audit Panel for 5 years and working with Karen Magana and Barbara Blankenship, as chair of the city's Adult Sports Committee for 13 years, coordinating with Rick Putnam, Chris Dasty, working side by side with Barbara Coates, and then with Mayor Clyde Smythe, building a consensus to support Central Park Proposition B funding. The SCV Open Space Committee, working with Lorraine West and Frank Ferry, the Material Recycling Facility Site Selection Committee, facilitated by Robert Newman, with Lorraine and Marcia as members. Being invited to join the Santa Clarita Community Activist Group and meeting with Ken Polkamp monthly. The Canyon Country Advisory Committee as chair for the last 15 years and interacting with Terry Moss, David Peterson, Travis Lang, and Paul Brotzman. But probably one of the most interesting was with community preservation and building a consensus on how to apply today's codes to mature neighborhoods with David Peterson, Lisa Weber, Jeff Hogan, Curtis Williams, Ron Brown, Cruz Caldera, and now Daniel Rivas. I apologize if this list does not include every member, which has provided me excellent service. By making every effort to respect the boundaries placed on staff interaction, I found staff to be cooperative and interested in doing the best job possible. Tonight, you're in the process of selecting a replacement city council member from a list of almost 50 applicants, all of whom love our community and wish to serve. Hopefully, you will choose a person willing to put the time in, will look at both sides of issues, has been involved in the community. In short, the most qualified person ready to hit the ground, as Ms. McLean stated, as least walking briskly. I ask for your consideration in taking into account my long-term involvement interacting with the public, city staff, and with my involvement with you, the Santa Clarita City Council. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Ferdman. Mr. Hershey, followed by Mark White, and then Tim Ben Boydson.
Hello, thank you. My name is Mark Hershey. I've lived in Santa Clarita since 1970. I consider this my hometown. I love this town, and I never plan on moving. I've lived in every little spot, Cass State, Canyon Countries, Valencia, Newhall. I've bounced all over the place. But I love this place. This is a hometown. And people joke about it being an awesome town. It's not a joke to me. This is an awesome town. You can nitpick and find little things of whatever you want wrong, but this place, you got to really search for it. I think my strength is going to be in law enforcement. I just retired a couple years ago. I was on for 30 years. My last 6 years were here in Santa Clarita. I worked in the Lenox area for probably 6-7 years. That has a diversity of communities down there, including an Asian community in Gardena and Lawndale to go along with the area around the airport. I worked in West Hollywood about 7 years as a gay community. The Sunset Strip Road with all the parties and the craziness up there. It also has a Russian community. And then I also worked at an Internal Criminal Investigations Bureau for 7 years. So I am loyal to the Sheriff's Department, but I'm not loyal to the people, some of the people on it. You know, I have to pick and choose who it is, but I'm loyal to the organization as I'd be loyal to this town. I'm loyal and I have friends, and if they do something wrong, though, working internals, then they would get spanked. So I think that, and the Sheriff's Department did have a very embarrassing thing a couple years ago where the sheriff has been indicted and convicted, and same with the undersheriff, and that was a very bad thing internally. I can't say diversity with my gender or with my ethnicity, but I have a diversity of experience. I ran for this same position 10 years ago. I was the first loser. I came in fourth with 3 incumbents. It's tough to beat an incumbent. And part of my shortcomings was activity in the community. So I like to go over a few of those. I joined the Santa Clarita American Red Cross Board, and I was on that for about 7 years. And we did a hometown breakfast on September 11th for probably about 5 years and celebrated the local heroes that did stuff in the valley, and like youth, seniors, medical personnel, educated. We had like 10 or 12 different awards, and we had different people MC our event. I was on the local disaster coalition for a couple of years. I was on the Hart District Measure V Citizens Oversight Committee for several years. I just recently was trained as a docent at the Plaza Rita Canyon Nature Center. So I love plants. I love birds. So, and I'm an open space guy. I like the open space. I like to have a wildlife corridor around here. And being here for a long time, it's gone from a real big, or a lot of open space and onion fields and stuff down to less. So my main thing I'm concerned about is mental health. I'm almost out of time. So the suicide rates I studied when I was here at Santa Clarita, and I got stats from 2007 to 2013, and it's a tragedy that's going on, and I'd like to explore that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark White, followed by Tim Ben Boydston, followed by Gloria Mercado Fortine.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Back at it again. I'm Mark White. I was one of the candidates this past election, and so I've sent you all information from my campaign, from press releases from the debates, which we had quite a few with Cameron and Bob. So I think you probably know enough about me if you're going to consider me for the appointment. If appointed, I'd be ready to serve the people in a positive and helpful manner and make the city as great as it can be. I'll serve with distinction, with honor, with integrity, and I'd be humbled if I was to be selected tonight. I'll keep it brief because we've got a long night, so thank you guys for your time tonight, and for all of you up there, your service to the city. And if you have any questions, I will be here to the end. Thank you.
That's a very nice precedent set by Mark White that you all feel so inclined. And I know, knowing Mr. Boyce, unfortunately, he cannot cede his time to you as well, so you only get the 3 minutes. So, unfortunately, it's not like Congress. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Boydston, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Keller, Mayor Pro Tem West, council members.
All right, do you want to start that again?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Smythe.
Hey, there we go.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem West, council members McLean and Keller, City Manager Mr. Striplin, City Attorney Mr. Montez, esteemed members of the Fourth Estate, and citizens of Santa Clarita. I am former Councilman Tim Ben Boydston. I stand before you this evening to ask you to call for a special election to fill the vacancy on our City Council. Calvin Coolidge, the 30th President of the United States, put it well when he said, "If the people fail to vote, a government will be developed which is not their government. The whole system of American government rests on the ballot box. While it is important to note that there is a cost for a special election, that cost would not be a large part of a budget of $200 million. In fact, it would be about the same cost as a year's compensation for our excellent city manager, Mr. Striplin. Now, Mr. Striplin is worth a generous amount, and so is our democracy. In addition, local polls have shown that the majority of people believe that we should have a special election. If, however, the council chooses to appoint someone to that position, then I believe the candidate should fill the seat, should be the most qualified candidate for the job. Since you're interviewing for the job, you'll want someone who has experience and someone who has knowledge, someone who has done this job well for years, and who has always shown the council and the citizens great respect. Someone who will spend the time to know every subject and who will analyze all the information compiled by staff and who will try to solve the citizens' problems. Someone who is accessible to the press, someone who understands the needs of businesses and nonprofits firsthand, who has a heart for those who are less fortunate and an appreciation for successful job creators. Someone who understands sacrifice as a veteran and service as an educator, who knows the value of sports and the arts. Someone who knows all of the issues, all the problems, and what we have been doing to try to solve those problems. And finally, someone who will not need 6 months or a year to learn this job. We have worked together for 6 years, so you know that I have just described my qualifications. I am ready, willing, and able. No, we have not always agreed on everything, but each one of us has been in the minority many times. I believe that by having independent, diverse voices on the council, Santa Clarita is made stronger, and I am reminded of the words of Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "The hope of a secure and livable world lies with disciplined nonconformists who are dedicated to justice, peace, and brotherhood." I ask for your appointment based on my qualifications and on the recommendations of over 17,000 Santa Clarita citizens. In the consideration of time, I did not ask all 17,000 to come tonight. May God give you wisdom in your decision, and may God bless the city of Santa Clarita. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Mercado Fortine, followed by Diane Troutman, followed by Mark Elfont.
Good evening, Mayor Smythe, council members, and staff. I am Gloria Mercado Fortine. As a lifelong resident of the Santa Clarita Valley, I care deeply about this valley and our city. I treasure its past, value all that it offers, and see boundless potential in its future. I'm an educator by profession. I started my career as a teacher and rose through the ranks of the second largest school district in the nation to become a district administrator responsible for 125 schools with a budget of over $200 million, working with state and federal programs. After recent retirement, I entered the private sector as an educational leadership consultant and CEO of Global Education Solutions. I've been actively involved in this community my entire life, not only serving as a publicly elected official, but also providing leadership on several major nonprofit organization boards. Nonprofit organizations help to improve the quality of our residents. Recently, I was honored as the board member of the year by our Boys and Girls Club. I have also served on several city committees, currently on the Neighborhood Empowerment and Safety team. I serve on the board of VIA, and I am a member of the SCV Chamber of Commerce. For 16 years, I served on the Hart District Governing Board, the largest full-time employer in the Santa Clarita Valley, with a budget comparable of that to the city. As a 4-term board president, I helped lead the way in the face of hard economic times and challenging issues. I was proud to have provided the leadership that helped make it become one of the top-performing school districts in the state. As a locally elected official, I understand what it takes to do this job, the time it requires, and the difficult decisions that must be made. I also understand and value the need to listen to and be responsive to the community, and the importance of finding common ground to forge solutions, foster relationships, and build trust. I want to bring my experience, leadership, strength, and passion to the City Council. Looking ahead to the future of our city, my vision for Santa Clarita is to ensure that we preserve and improve our quality of life. I want to build upon our successes to make our city an even better and more vibrant city. We need to strategically plan for future growth and invest in our infrastructure and public safety resources. We need to continue to focus on business development strategies to grow new business and industry and retain existing businesses so that we can generate a strong and robust local economy. I believe in public-private partnerships and relationships that create opportunities for creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I support our partnership with College of the Canyons WorkSource Center and the Economic Development Corporation. Whatever the issues, we need experienced leaders, problem solvers, collaborators. I want to work with you and our community to move Santa Clarita successfully into the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Troutman, followed by Mark Elfont, followed by Tito Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. On January 6th of this year, The Signal reported an interview with our current council in which the majority described the criteria by which you would evaluate potential council appointees. You stated that you were looking for a candidate who, number one, has an understanding of city government and city-related issues, number two, is invested in the community, and number three, is willing and able to do the work required by the job. I believe I exceed all three of these criteria. As a planning commissioner for 12 years, I've spent thousands of hours reading staff reports, environmental impact reports, and other materials, and conferring with staff to prepare for meetings. I have attended League of California City Planners Institutes to broaden my knowledge, and I've returned to report new strategies and techniques. I have attended many community meetings to better understand our citizens' concerns. As liaison from the Planning Commission to the Arts Advisory Committee, I worked collaboratively with other committee members, staff, and Councilmember Keller to create the Arts Commission. I worked with Mayor Pro Tem West as a member of the Save Open Space Committee and helped to pass the Open Space Preservation District. I've been an active and involved citizen for over 20 years, participating in city meetings, attending multi-jurisdictional hearings to promote the city's interests. I've spoken before the South Coast Air Quality Management District about our air quality problems. I appealed to the Los Angeles City Council to stop the Las Lomas project. I've testified before the Los Angeles County Regional Planning Commission to stop an unacceptable development of 500 homes. Our city was then able to annex and preserve that property as the Haskell Canyon open space. I've built opposition to Cemex mining, working through PTA. I've done all this while raising 2 sons, creating and running a small business, and participating in or supporting the efforts of various local nonprofit organizations. These include the PTA, School to Career projects, and the Heart District, the SCV Newhall Optimist Club, the American Association of University Women, the Child and Family Center, the Assistance League, the Food Pantry, the Senior Center, and Bridge to Home, our local homeless shelter. Many civic leaders have attested to my ability when I've made prior applications. They have said of me that I have the ability to focus on achievable goals, to take a practical approach to problem solving, to listen, analyze, and evaluate, and to exercise sound judgment and diplomacy. I am knowledgeable about the city. I have been involved with our community, and I am committed to working with all of you to ensure the success of our city. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I ask you to appoint me. Thank you.
Mark Elfont, followed by Tito Gonzalez, followed by Jack Levenberg.
Good evening. Mayor Smythe, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. You have the information that I provided. I'd like to expound on that. Although I've been a full-time resident for just under 7 years, there are many applicants who obviously have much greater knowledge of the city. However, in the short time that I've been here, I've tried to get as active as possible. I'm the founder and president of the Santa Clarita Philharmonic and Community Orchestra, and I'd like to thank you for your support in providing grants for our past 2 seasons. Very helpful. I've also worked with Phil Lantis, and I was providing input to the Arts and Entertainment Master Plan. But I believe that I have some unique qualities that could be very beneficial to the board. With my undergraduate and graduate degrees in engineering, as well as my engineering experience, I've been able to develop a talent to break down very complex issues into small parts that can be readily solved and come up with solutions. With my MBA and doctoral studies in management, as well as my executive management positions, I've specialized in problem analysis and decision-making, and I've given seminars throughout the country to that effect. Prior to moving here to Santa Clarita, we moved from the greater Philadelphia area, I served on a local school board, which was a blue ribbon district in the suburban Philadelphia area. I was instrumental in saving considerable amounts of money during the period of renovation and construction. I believe that growth is the biggest issue facing the city. While inevitable, it has the potential to create problems, but has the great potential to be a major benefit. It can provide jobs, housing, and expanded workforce. I believe that we have the opportunity to attract industries in our core areas of expertise, which include aerospace, pharmaceuticals, and entertainment. I believe that I have the talents to be a very positive asset to the board. I thank you for your consideration.
Very good, thank you. Tito Gonzalez, Jack Levenberg, followed by Brent Braun.
Good evening. I hope everyone is having a great evening today. My friends, I would like to thank the City Council for allowing me this opportunity to make my case to be part of the council. Santa Clarita is a great city with a wonderful community. We are rated as one of the safest and best places to raise a family in the nation. I was raised here my entire life. I have seen how this small little town has grown into the 3rd largest city in LA County. However, with a growing population does lead to problems. If I am to be appointed to the City Council, the issues I would tackle are traffic, crime, and drugs. My first plan for traffic is to begin placing our resources into infrastructure projects that will expand the size of our roads, allow the creation of more streets, and possibly the construction of a direct passage from here to the 118 freeway in order to lessen the burden of traffic. Because let's be honest, driving throughout this town, especially with a lot of traffic, it hurts and it sucks. Anyways, continuing on. In addition, these projects will create job opportunities for the people here in Santa Clarita to find a job instead of having to drive to Los Angeles or to drive to a different county in order to get to their jobs. Second is crime. Mayor Smythe, you previously mentioned Proposition 57 has passed, and now all these criminals are going to be released early and out into the public. If I am to be appointed to the City Council, I will start placing our resources into our police to combat the rising crime rate. A few days back, we just saw a store clerk get stabbed. When has this happened in Santa Clarita? When has this happened in Santa Clarita? I want to be the councilman that stands by our police, who will fight for our community, who will stand by and be ready to take on these criminals who are going to be released early because of Prop 57. Third, the problem of drugs, especially in our youth. I would start placing our resource as well in our anti-gang task force to tackle the issue of drugs. The issue of drugs needs to be addressed in our youth and in our schools. If I am to be appointed to the council, I will fight for this city. I will fight for this community. I will fight for our youth and for all the people of Santa Clarita. I know I am a new voice coming before the council. However, I ask all the councilors, the city manager, the city attorney, the people in this room, and all the residents of Santa Clarita to give me a chance to prove myself. I know I am a new voice. I am young, but let me show you that I am ready to be part of this, to be part of the council, to be your councilman, to be a leader in this town. Give me an opportunity. Give me the chance, and I will show you I will not fail. Thank you, everyone. Everyone here inspired me to be here, and to the people who are not here, Steve Knight, Scott Wilk, and Dante Cosa, they as well have inspired me to be here. I want to thank everyone for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's next we've got Jack Levenberg, Brent Braun, and Dean Vincent is on deck. Sir.
Mayor Smythe, council members, my name is Jack Levenberg. Santa Clarita has grown to over 200,000 residents since incorporation. With growth comes new concerns, challenges, and opportunities. I want to actively participate and represent all of the citizens in formulating creative solutions and continued improvement in the quality of life within the valley. I understand with the diverse demographic making up the population comes differing and divergent points of view. Gathering data and information from both sides to formalize a balanced decision will be my primary goal in representing the residents. I have lived in Santa Clarita since 1988 and have a deep appreciation for the managed growth and representation that the council has demonstrated through their leadership and fiscal responsibility, making Santa Clarita one of the leading cities in the nation. As a pharmacist, retired pharmacist now, I own my own pharmacy, community pharmacy. I have extensive experience in budgetary planning, employee management, and working with community businesses and leaders to serve its citizens. I come to the council with an open mind, with no personal agenda, and an eagerness to be a valuable team member. I am very patient, have the ability to listen to the facts and other points of view. I will do my due diligence in studying and understanding the issue before forming an opinion. Before I served on the organizing committee for the library. I helped form the Friends of the Library and served as vice president and president. I serve as vice president on Placerita Canyon Nature Center, and I am currently president of the Nature Center Associates of Los Angeles County, which oversees all the nature centers in Los Angeles County. I understand the complexity and the impact of each issue the council debates and will take the responsibility very seriously and with the utmost professionalism. I believe public safety, drug abuse, associated crimes, homelessness, among other pressing concerns, stay critically important to maintain Santa Clarita as a desirable place to raise families and continue to move the city in a positive direction for the 21st century. I appreciate your consideration for council membership and will be an enthusiastic participant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Braun, followed by Dean Vincent, and then Sandra Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, members of the public. It's my honor to be here today, and I ask you for an affirmative vote for my candidacy. The chair next to you needs to be occupied. That was quick.
Thank you very much. That's all I need to hear.
The chair next to you needs to be occupied by somebody who can work cordially, cooperatively, and collegially with each of you for the benefit of our citizens to get things done. I have dedicated my life to public service and to community service. I've served 25 years in the FBI, finishing my career as the agent in charge of the white-collar crime division, which with 185 special agents and 9 supervisory special agents who reported to me. We covered corporate fraud, securities fraud, government program frauds, public corruption, and civil rights matters. I went on to work as in-house legal counsel for Galpin Motors and their series of 12 automobile dealerships, several of which are located here in Santa Clarita. I have been extremely involved in a number of different public service organizations, such as the Shrine Hospital for Children. I was on the Board of Governors for a number of years, the Santa Clarita Valley Committee on Aging, better known as the Senior Citizens Committee, the Institutional Inspection Commission for Los Angeles County. I was appointed by Supervisor Michael Antonovich as his representative to the working group that established the roles, responsibilities, and qualifications for the appointees to the Civilian Oversight Commission for the Sheriff's Department. I was on the Board of Governors for a number of years for the City of Hope. I was catalyst in bringing in a $1 million grant to the City of Hope for cancer research, and anybody that's ever had cancer or knows someone who has a loved one or friend knows how vitally important that support is. I chaired the Los Angeles County Bar Association's Judicial Elections Evaluations Committee for 2 terms. That's a group of 35 very diverse lawyers. And anybody knows that building consensus and getting agreement amongst a bunch of lawyers is a challenge in and of itself. I did that successfully for 2 terms. I enjoyed the support of Supervisor Antonovich, our current 5th District Supervisor, the chairman of our City Planning Commission, and a host of other business people and so forth in the county. I can assure you that I will work cordially, cooperatively, and productively for each of you, make you proud of the fact that you've selected me to be one of you as a colleague. And as Mayor Smythe said, there can only be one, and I would ask that you make me that one. I will bring honor to this council and honor to the decision each of you have made, and I thank you for your support.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent, followed by Sandra Nickel, followed by Jean Dorio.
Good evening, Mayor Smythe. Good evening, council members. I appreciate you guys taking the opportunity and taking this all in with all these great applicants. I mean, I'll have to echo what Lorraine said. What a great city you have here, that this many people would stand up to want to be part of the community and be part of this seat and sit here like this. I don't bring all of which many of these people who came before me bring to the table. I bring passion. I just was past president for Southland Regional Association of Realtors. I am actually president-elect now, so I'll actually be in there again. But with that comes a lot of responsibility. And just to be clear, that is for Santa Clarita Valley Division. That is not for SRA as a whole. So all my work that I've done with the council up here has been with all of our local charities, our local council people, our state legislators, our federal legislators. I bring a lot of advocacy with those people. One thing I've learned is you got to get along with a lot of people, and there's no way you're going to please everybody. It is not necessary, not even possible. I mean, from the smallest level to the biggest level. I spent 10 years in Scouts with my boys, being assistant scoutmaster. I have both my boys became Eagles. I have 15 others that became Eagles under our leadership. And to watch that and mentor them has been amazing. The parts that we can do with the city is great. I couldn't possibly know what you guys have plans in place already. So while I would like to help with a lot of things, that's what I would do, is help advocate and work with things that you guys have in place and hopefully bring something to the table. But to know that I could change everything in a day, that wouldn't be possible. Plus, I don't know what plans you already have in motion. Mine is strictly a passion. I've found throughout running for president and doing a bio, which I never did before, and realizing in 11 years of what I've become and done in real estate and the leaders that respect what we have done. We had 5 dignitaries at our installation, all of which reach out and are thankful for all the work that we do with them, and we are very grateful to have them work with us. But you have to be able to have that hand. You got to be able to work with everybody in the room. and come to a decision that is for the greater good. We work with that all the time, working in our communities, trying to get something done for the greater good. There's 10,000 agents that are under SRAR, and we try to do everything every day to make it for the greater good. Obviously, this is on a much larger scale. I can appreciate that. But with me, my cute little acronym is you get dedication, education, advocacy, and networking. I appreciate you taking the time today, and I look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Dickel, we are getting a hand mic for you. So we're just walking right down. Following Sandra would be Dr. Jean Dorio, followed by Dennis Kahn.
Good evening, Mayor Smythe and fellow council members. I'm Sandra Nichols, as you know, and I did run for city council in November. And when people talk about a little courage, I heard somebody say that earlier, putting the application in was nothing. Running, put your name out there for everybody to see. I did come in sixth. I had 5,700 votes with less than $500. I had 5 volunteers. I think that shows that I can pick the right people, delegate the right people, know what to do to get the job done. I've always been in service. I mean, I was a manager of home health care, my last positions for 16 years. I have worked with all types of people. I had nurses, doctors working for me, CNAs, attendants. Our patients were of all different age groups and ethnicities. And families. I worked with the families, so I can talk to basically anyone. I do have a master's in public administration from Cal State Fullerton, and a master's of arts from Phillips Graduate Institute. I want to see some things that I want to see are some new business to the community. I've mentioned it before. I'm thinking even about a minor league baseball team here. Since Finn Skelly left, Mayor Smythe, because we mentioned this, is one of our forums. I also we need to address the homeless issue. I know there's a count that's going to be occurring, but my feeling is that when we have a count, there's probably 10 more each person to that count. There's a lot of homeless right now in this community. Don't worry, I'll be like, I won't be as quick as Mr. White, but I will be quick. You know I'm always quick. I guess these are just a few of my thoughts. And I ask again, I guess I didn't ask before, but I asked that I be selected for city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickel. Dr. Dorio, followed by Dennis Kahn, followed by Scott Shepard.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Gene Dorio. I almost 30-year citizen of Santa Clarita living in Saugus. I have stood here before the dais for over a decade. If selected, I would consider myself to be a dynamic and committed placeholder until the next election. My application is in front of you, but here are some of the things you don't know about me. I was born in Harlem. I moved out here, my family moved out here when I was 4 years old. I played violin for 12 years, and at the age of 15, I was playing in the USC Symphony Orchestra while simultaneously signing up my first baseball contract. My greatest asset is Robin Clow. We have 3 daughters, 2 hers, 1 mine. None of them were married up until a few months ago when our oldest, Katie, eloped. Saved us a lot of money. Katie, Robin's daughter, went to Valencia High School, got perfect scores on the SATs, went to MIT, then graduate school at Stanford, and unbeknownst to you, was mentored by one of our great teachers, former council person, Frank Ferry, who we owe a lot to. I lobbied in Sacramento through the Pete Wilson cabinet and Washington, D.C. for Families and Children's Group in the 1990s and was the county spokesperson here on fatherlessness and served on the reformation of the California Superior Court jury system. In the past 10 years, I've run 9 marathons, 2 with Robin. I just got on Medicare and feel I'm at mile 19 in the marathon of life. I drive a 2004 bright lime green VW Beetle in place of my 1990 Volvo with 380,000 miles on it, which is now on hospice. I will add diversity in 2 ways to the City Council: independent voter, not a Republican or a Democrat. Plus, secondly, I would be the only left-hander on the council. Ah, right. One reason. Are you a left-hander? All right.
I'm left-handed, so.
That'll be great.
Yes.
I'm known for the care and advocacy I give my patients, and I will extend this to the community. Through activism and writing, I've fought for those who don't have a voice, including elder seniors, veterans, and homeless, but even more importantly, for families, children, Title IX women's rights, and all of Santa Clarita residents. For a person born in Harlem, got an opportunity to become a doctor and a business person, I'm honored to be considered for the city council person position. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorio. Dennis Kahn, followed by Scott Shepard, followed by Kristen Farrell.
Hello, Council. I've saved a little time, come up front, so I'm right here on this side so we can get everybody in and out tonight. The basic part I was going to say was Dean talked about the homeless and everything, so I'll start with that. It's in the bottom of my notes, but anyway, the Bridge to Home, I recommend the city change that name, Bridge to Work, then Home. Put work on any of the literatures you're doing with any of the homeless people. It'll let them think about work, not just Bridge to Home, and that it will help the homeless centers. Susan and Roger and Dr. Roy at CSUN have all my letters of endorsement. They're over at CSUN. They're available also through College of the Canyons. Sorry, my brother was ill and I had to leave after I dropped off the application and visit my brother and help him out. He's the only one I got, anyway. Going back to the money things, we got the curbs of money, the bridges, the county council, and the attorneys. But basically, the main thing is to get some more money for the folks here up front. They're not paid enough. A lot of these people are not paid enough. What we can do is, for example, half of my paycheck would go every month, $900 or $1,000, whatever, to the people that come up with ideas. I don't need $1,700, $1,800, whatever your limit is. But we start out at $600, and Buck McKeon spent $15,000 to get a $600 job. But I like Buck, but underneath him was $14,000 and $13,000, all the way down to Dennis, who spent the less, around $8,000. And every one of them got the votes by the way you're spending. So I'll never be on the council for sure unless we get through an appointment, because I don't have that kind of money to give it to everybody. The second thing is the money for Donald Trump. He's making around $680,000. I talked to Dr. Reynolds at CLC. He thought it was $200,000. It was really $376,000. Then they raised it $200,000. So now he's getting almost $700,000. He's given that whole paycheck to the Treasury. It's silly. He could get half of his paycheck. I'm working on that now. He would give it out to ideas, just like we can do here in the city. And the second part was his whole hotels around the world. Everybody tonight, I told it on the way in here, they didn't hear it, but he's given all the profit out of his hotels under the profit that he makes around the world, not in America, and he's given it to the, Treasury. Yeah, thanks. So the bottom line on the curbs going down Lyons, they're about 2 inches now. You go across to Pico Canyon, you got full 6 inches, 8 inches. All the curbs, when you have head-on traffic going this way, they should be made higher because they jumped in Sand Canyon. They killed 4 people, and then the driver, it was 5 people dead years ago in Sand Canyon because they jumped over the counter. Thanks.
Thank you. Shepard, followed by Kristen Farrell, followed by Scott Drake.
Hi. I love this city, and I'd love an opportunity to help. I'd like to attract businesses to come to Santa Clarita, help create jobs and infuse money into our economy. But people have to visit us to know that we're here. People who live here have to know what is here. It's not magic. It's a grassroots campaign. I have friends in South Bay who think we're 10 miles south of San Francisco. They have no idea where we are. But you have to start somewhere. You have to put the kernel of an idea in the heads that we're a great place for business. We create that awareness, at least you got a chance, but you have to create that awareness. About 7 years ago, I have a client, lives in the hills of Calgrove, has a business in Burbank. I invited him to a charity event at Man Biomedical. He had to drive through the industrial center to get there. He had no idea the industrial center existed. 2 years later, he moved his business from Burbank to the industrial center and bought a building. Is it always that easy? Of course not. But that's sometimes all it takes. Anything to bring potential business owners and decision makers into Santa Clarita, at the same time help our local businesses and economy, is a win-win. For example, Santa Clarita is a mecca for youth sports and youth activities in general. You know, we have the #1 draft pick in the Major League Baseball has probably come out of Stevenson Ranch and went through Hart Baseball. We have a lot going on here. We have dance, we have art, we have music, we have a lot of things. And we need to have more tournaments, competitions, and events in general in Santa Clarita that will not only bring visitors that are business owners and decision makers, but also infuse money into our economy. Old Town Newhall, it's Colorado Boulevard waiting to happen. As soon as those theaters get in, what an excellent way to market to people visiting our city that we're business friendly, but we need to tell them why we're business friendly, not just say it. We put that idea in their head, and at least we have an opportunity. That's all, as a businessman, I ever want is an opportunity. My second big point is I really want to get our community involved. Let's say we have 250,000 people here, and everybody up here probably goes to the same events I go to. There's 300 or 400 people. It's the same 300 to 400 people we see at all events. Where's the other 249,600? That's what I'm really concerned about. Well, I'll tell you where they are. They're driving 25 miles, 50 miles to work. They have 3 kids. They have a busy life. We need to make a really serious effort to try to reach out and touch these members of our community. We got to try and go and be a part of different, diverse, impactful places where these citizens can be reached. Honor the people and organizations who are under the radar for some, but very impactful and meaningful to others. We need a bigger presence on social media where we're not only supporting the city of Santa Clarita and what we're doing, but supporting our people, our organizations, and our citizens. That's how we get everybody involved. We can have town hall meetings. We can have a junior city council. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Kristen Farrell, followed by Scott Drake, followed by Paul Wischek.
Good evening, and thank you to the Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council members. Thank you for taking on the mighty task of selecting a City Council person from so many engaged residents. I, like you, have been so impressed with everyone that's here around me. I'm proud to be here alongside some of the best and brightest in our community. My name is Kristen Farrell, and I've lived in Santa Clarita for more than 31 years. I shopped at Kmart when it was the only store around. Still like Kmart. I was at the ribbon cutting for the Valencia Town Center. I went and stepped my way through the local school system, ultimately landing at College of the Canyons. These days, I'm raising my own family here. I'm raising my family here because this is a city perfectly suited to people like me. 30-something moms with busy school and sports schedules, a desire for a safe place, an open place for my kids to play, and the natural beauty to attract my kids to eventually settle down here with their families one day. I'm more than just a mom, though. I am a business person as well. I've been in human resources in the business world for more than 15 years. I've worked for companies like Target and more homegrown AMS fulfillment. I've worked in the film, TV, and media industry, one of Santa Clarita's largest industries, for the likes of Bill Gates. In my current role as a senior HR business partner at Quest Diagnostics here in Valencia, I'm one of 4 in a senior leadership team focusing on strategy, operations, and supporting overall business success. Oftentimes, this means anticipating and understanding new legislation, looking from the outside in, listening to employees' wants and needs, and deciding how to represent the company's best interests while ensuring that our employees have a voice, a say, and they are taken care of with compassion and dignity. It's really not so different than the City Council's role in representing residents. Like all City Council applicants here today, I care deeply about what happens here in our city. I'm concerned that we can do much more in the way of bringing businesses here to Santa Clarita. This might mean reassessing zoning for new structures and development, soliciting feedback from local businesses to look at infrastructure and technology needs, as well as creating the synergies needed between the local colleges and companies so that our younger generations are pursuing the degrees companies need to allow their businesses to thrive. Let's allow our residents who desperately want to work locally in our valley actually do that. After 4 years of fighting the 405 to work in West LA, I couldn't have been more grateful to find an opportunity here in Santa Clarita. Which brings me to traffic. The City Council has laid the foundation for the future of the city. The work already accomplished is a tremendous testament to the passion we have in this community amongst our citizens and leaders. By building upon these foundations, we will ensure that we will grow in a healthy way far into the future. I'd like to reassess needs and drive current efforts for traffic improvements while creating a plan for the future that addresses changing demographics in a world heavily driven by technology, which will transform our traffic needs over the coming decades. Thank you very much.
That was 2 bells. Perfect. Thank you very much. Scott Drake. Pass. Paul Wischek. Yep, you're up. Followed by Rhonda Baldwin Kennedy, followed by Anna Dwork.
Good evening, all you council members. I'm one of the few, very few in this building that has run against all 4 of you. So I'm hoping I put a positive light on that and nothing negative with the 4 of you. I tell you right now, I don't have any BA, no MBA, no doctorate. Just a regular guy that's been in Santa Clarita over 30 years. That wants to help the city. Got a good head on my shoulders. I know the 4 of you probably have a few people in mind already. I know it's a long shot. It's absolutely a long shot. I thought 13 2 years ago was a long shot, and 11 this past year was a long shot. 50 is a little bigger. I ran to make a difference out here. I want to help the city. Do whatever I can to help. I think we all have the same ideas, the traffic problems, the drugs, stuff that's important like that. I'm not a head of a company. I've actually run a couple of warehouses. I've worked for the Postal Service for 33 years. I am currently a carrier. I used to be in management. I ran a couple of the post offices out here. So I've worked with big budgets out here. I've coached in Little League. I've coached out here. For over 40 years I've coached. So I'm a people person, not because I have to be, because I want to be. I love talking to people and working with people. I think when you guys make your decision, I think the right thing to do, which makes no difference, but I think you should actually pick from the people that actually tried to run in November. There's quite a few of them that are running tonight, and I know there's another 40 or so that would like to do it. And not to be negative on them, but we actually did put some work in. We actually did try to do things for 4 months leading up to November to get elected. I know I wasn't one of the big vote getters, but I was out there. I tried. I'm not a politician. I talk normal, like Donald Trump does, sometimes wrong, sometimes right. But and I know I could work with all 4 of you. I've talked to you. I don't know you, totally well, but you're all good people. So I hope you guys make a great decision, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Paul. All right. Rhonda Baldwin Kennedy, you're up. Followed by Anna Dwork, followed by Philip Beetham.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm going to keep this pretty brief. Of course, my name is Rhonda Baldwin Kennedy. I am an attorney here in the Santa Clarita Valley. I have a diverse background, as you can see from my resume, and actually I left a lot of things off. I've been from being a building inspector, working with a large municipality, to being in entertainment, working with one of the most famous families in the world, the Jackson family. I was responsible for scouting and putting together new projects for production, whether it's television, film. I'm actually executive producer for Mr. Jackson's documentary. I own interest in his life stories rights. I'm about bringing more business to Santa Clarita and actually bringing more of the film industry to Santa Clarita, bringing more tourism. There's so many festivals around in other counties that we could actually bring here to Santa Clarita. And that would be my goal, would be working with the council to do that. Also, I truly feel that someone with a legal background should be appointed to the council to weed through and deal with the different legal issues as they come up and work closely with the city attorney in doing that. So with that said, if I'm not appointed, I would put my support behind Mr. Braun. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Ort, followed by Philip Feathen, followed by Paul De La Cerda.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present myself to you. I am Dr. Anna Dwork. My maiden name is Alonso. I was born in Cuba, and I came to the United States as a young girl with my parents and my sister due to the Castro Revolution. When we came to this country, we had no resources, and we didn't know the English language at all. But through hard work, dedication, determination, and education, well, here we are today. I have 3 wonderful children who are successful professionals, and I have 3 beautiful grandchildren, and given half a chance, I'll be happy to show you all pictures of them. Although I grew up back east, I completed my BA at CSUN. I became a teacher in life sciences and worked at Canyon High School. I then earned a master's degree in administration, and I have been assistant principal of La Mesa Junior High School for over a decade. My duties do include discipline, so I'm very well versed in balancing fairness and kindness with a solid no. As you can see from I did complete a doctoral program with an emphasis in autistic education of autistic students. La Mesa was the first school west of the Mississippi to have implemented a program for autistic and Asperger's students, and I had the pleasure of being a leader in that process. As you can see from my resume, since moving to Santa Clarita in 1983, I've done extensive volunteer work at all levels. I believe in rolling up my sleeves and serving my community. I've also had a successful business. I manage a sizable portfolio, and I'm a real estate investor in the Santa Clarita. Experiences like that qualify me for a seat in the City Council. If appointed, I would like to represent residents from all parts of the city, and I would like to collaborate with the City Council members to build upon the successes of this city. I will make decisions based on sound budgetary considerations. I will manage growth to safeguard our quality of life. I will work to improve infrastructure to alleviate the traffic, and I will focus on the recent rising crime rate. As a member of the City Council, I will bring tenacity and will eagerly participate in the judicious, common sense decisions that are the responsibility of this council. I want to keep Santa Clarita, our home like you, one of the top safest cities in this nation. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ethan, followed by Paul De La Cerda, followed by Joan Sodergren.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and citizens of Santa Clarita. My name is Philip Fethian, and it's an honor and the opportunity for this opportunity to become a member of the City Council. My motivation is to devote my time, unique credentials, leadership abilities to the council and be able to serve and make the difference within the community. To be a progressive council and community, we need to take advantage of this unique appointment opportunity. Given this, I challenge the council to look beyond their traditional credentials we are accustomed to and provide true innovation for the selection process. This appointment permits you to be change agents, allowing this position to provide additional expertise, vision, awareness that will enrich and broaden the council's capabilities. Given this, I submit the following for your consideration. I currently have lived in Santa Clarita for 14 years. Recently retired, I can dedicate my time and efforts to participate on the council and focus my attention to the community. As a chairperson of a Saugus School System Oversight Committee, I would like to expand my commitment further. I've worked for Nestle, a $90 billion company, for 42 years, receiving my bachelor's and master's degree in business and marketing while working full-time. My positions range from a union employee to a director and head of industrial performance in the United States and Canada. My last major project was a $500 million factory investment. I developed the technology, factory layout, hiring, site selection, and overall scope of this operation. This required extensive work with national and international personnel, local city, state, and federal agencies. Throughout my career, I worked with disciplines such as finance, engineering, legal, HR, marketing, to name a few. Many of my activities were budgets, audits, long and short-term strategies, performance measurements, policies, and continuous improvement. These activities and positions I held can be associated to that of a city councilman. I have a wealth of skill sets and abilities that are unique and transferable to this position. My success required cross-functionality with all members of the organization to achieve objectives in the most cost-effective, safe, and efficient means possible. I pledge my time and abilities to identify, develop, implement, and resolve issues that the community requires. I will work diligently with the council and their departments with the resources available to ensure Santa Clarita is well represented and promote continuous success through its leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I appreciate.
That's okay. I'm going to change it to Smith. Sorry, Smythe.
Oh. Again, take note, future speakers. Take note. Mr. De La Cerda, followed by Ms. Sodergren, followed by Nancy Tiger White.
Good evening, Mayor Smythe and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity this evening to come before you as a candidate for the appointment to City Council. Almost 30 years ago, Santa Clarita became a city and a home to me. Now Valencia is my family's home. If chosen to serve with you as a member of the City Council, my priorities would be your top priorities, which include maintaining public safety, expanding programs for our youth and seniors, attracting new businesses to grow our economy, and sustaining the integrity of our city by keeping it clean and providing plenty of open space for our residents to enjoy. As we all know, traffic, high-speed rail, and megamines are major issues that we face today. Additionally, I believe that economic development and public safety are two other top issues facing the city. Local businesses are the backbone of our economy. Businesses will need more supportive services to help reduce the over 45,000 workers who travel outside Santa Clarita searching for jobs. Attracting new businesses will provide more growth and high-paying employment, which is vital to the local workforce and our children's future. The city's distinctive setting and way of life are economic assets and advantages over many other cities, and maintaining our reputation is vital to growing our local economy. As the third largest city in LA County, we need to continue to increase resources to compete in the global economy. 80% of job growth comes from the expansion of existing businesses. Economic development resources must be deployed in a manner that builds on the city's undeniable strengths. We must continue to work with this SEV Economic Development Corporation on a strategy for directing the investment necessary to grow employment in the city. I am confident that together we can grow employment and revenues through the emphasis on retention and expansion of promising companies while being responsible to the environment. Santa Clarita consistently ranks as one of the safest cities of its size, but as we continue to grow in population, we must continue to provide ample resources for law enforcement and fire services. We should rely on the expertise of the Sheriff's Department and give them the resources to implement their ideas and preventive programs. With my strong relationship and support from our local supervisor, state senator, and assembly member, and many others important leaders in Santa Clarita, I will work with you to support programs and services that continue to keep our community safe. I will work with you to serve, advocate, and support our nonprofit causes, especially the programs, and provide services for our youth and our seniors. I am proud to be a product of our public schools, and over the last 11 years, I have had the privilege to serve as a governing school board member for the Saugus School District. I do not take for granted that I advocate for over 5,000 families every year in Valencia, Saugus, and Canyon Country. I oversee an $85 million budget, and I've worked with my colleagues and staff to weather the toughest recession since the 1930s. I am committed to keeping us on top as one of the safest, most business-friendly places to live, work, and raise a family. It would be a privilege and honor to be appointed to serve my hometown that has given my family so much to be thankful for over the past 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Sodergren, followed by Nancy Tiger White, followed by Brett Haddock.
Thank you. Good evening, Santa Clarita City Council, staff, and community members. My name is Joan Sodergren. My husband, Stephen, and I are the parents of 3 wonderful daughters. I was a stay-at-home mom for more than 15 years, participating in my daughter's schools, substitute teaching, and holding leadership positions in several nonprofit and community groups. I am a special education teacher by career, recently retired from a full-time position, and I now teach part-time. My love for education is expressed in many areas of community service, as documented in my application. However, the position with the greatest community impact was the 11 years that I served on the Board of Trustees for a local elementary school district. Through that experience, my knowledge and skills as a governance team member were developed. I am knowledgeable regarding the Brown Act, the privacy regarding closed session items, parliamentary procedure, and legalities regarding elected office. I know how crucial it is to the smooth operation of the city and the council that I have the ability to devote an enormous amount of personal time to the study and review of documents, contracts, and staff reports in order to govern responsibly, to conduct the public's business, and to collaborate with community members on concerns and issues important to them. I possess the personal time needed to successfully address the matters before the council. I know that taxpayer money earned through the hard work of property and business owners must be spent wisely without prejudice or favor. I have expertise in managing large budgets, knowledge of budgetary items and principles, and the value of credit ratings for public entities. I am practiced in respectfully listening to all viewpoints, including those voiced by community stakeholders and fellow governance team members, with civility and respect. I sit on the UCLA Parent Council and have participated in advocating with state and federal officials to increase the funding for the University of California. Before my children were born, I managed a large escrow company and gained a firsthand look at how rising property values encourage purchases, development of tract maps, and city planning. I am a small business shopper and so proud that Santa Clarita received the Most Business-Friendly City in 2016 award for a population over 68,000. I am proud that CNN Money magazine called Santa Clarita one of the best places to live in California. My thanks to each of you for creating, building, and supporting a city we can all call home. You might want to inquire as to why I applied. I would respond with this statement. I consider it my civic duty as a citizen of this great country to give back and to engage in my community to the best of my ability, using my skills, my knowledge, and my talents. I bring to this selection process a unique set of skills that I hope you will see might benefit your governance team. However, it would be presumptuous of me to assume that I possess everything you are seeking in a city council member, but it is my hope that you would consider my governance experience, my history of volunteering, my work ethic, and my community pride as valuable and important in this selection process. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you before this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. White, followed by Brett Haddock, followed by Brian Block.
Good evening, Mayor Smythe, council members. My name is Tiger White. I've lived in the Santa Clarita Valley since 1997. I've been very active in community service since that time. Mayor Smythe, we first met at the first Mayor's Prayer Breakfast many years ago, and although you have more of a public persona, I have just as much commitment to the community. And Councilmember Keller, I am the one that trained the cab driver that you called a few months ago to thank him for speaking so highly of this city. This city means a lot to me. As an appointee to the Santa Clarita City Council, I would be a true team player. I do not view myself as some golden child or a savior that is here to rescue the city or the city council. I have great respect for the current council, and I simply feel that I can bring additional insight and wisdom that will complement your own. From my many years of community service, I bring the skill of fiscal prudence that I have gained as treasurer for both the Interfaith Council and the Friends of the Santa Clarita Public Library, and as a business owner. There has been some concern from the community members about lack of diversity on the council. Some take that to mean that a minority would be most suited to the position. I could use my Hispanic son, my black grandchildren, or my deceased immigrant husband to prove that I have diversity. But I believe that one does not need to prove diversity in that manner. I feel that with empathy and respect, skills that I have honed as a member and current president of the Interfaith Council and as an EMT and Red Cross volunteer, that I am quite capable of representing the entire diverse community. I vow that if and when appointed as a member of the Santa Clarita City Council, that I will work with you to continue to make Santa Clarita a city of success, a city in which the homeless can be transitioned into being contributing members of our community, where entrepreneurs thrive, where we can raise another generation of responsible citizens, and where many of us can spend our retirement years enjoying the many features that our community has to offer. I have plenty of time available, and I have plenty of commitment. I want to thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Haddock, followed by Brian Block, followed by Timothy McLaughlin.
Forgive me, Mayor Smythe, after last week's comments, I had prepared myself for a rap battle, so I'm going to have to...
Yes.
My name is Brett Haddock. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Clarita, a software engineer for eBay, and board member for Canyon Country Advisory Committee. I didn't have a character witness to come forward this morning, or this evening, but all you need to know about me is that my former mother-in-law kept me in the divorce. By now, I'm sure you've all read the long-winded essay attached to my council application. I just want to touch on a couple of points that I've already made. If I'm appointed, I will donate my city council paycheck to local causes that will be listed each month and voted on by members of the public. As much as I'd like to buy a Tesla, I think the money would be better served by going back into the community. I really want a Tesla. I mentioned that if appointed, I would spend a month shadowing employees at City Hall. This is something I want to do even if I'm not appointed. I think it would be a valuable use of time, and I plan to pursue this if arrangements can be made. I would also like to shadow each one of you if you'll have me. I'll buy lunch. As for running for City Council in 2018, if appointed, the decision for me to run will be based on how I conduct myself during the term. 1 year from now, I'd ask each one of you yes or no on whether I should run. I will post a poll online for the community to vote on. The question will be simply, has Brett Haddock conducted himself in a manner expected of a city council member? I firmly believe I can serve my city well, but I'm not sure I have yet earned that seat on city council. And I'm not foolish enough to believe that the city needs me, but I will do my best to demonstrate to my fellow citizens that I'm the right choice to eventually be at the dais. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Haddock. Brian Block, followed by Timothy McLaughlin, followed by Jennifer Smith.
I owe you all a great debt of gratitude. When my family relocated here in 2006, it was for one reason only, the high-quality schools. My son Jason graduated from Hart High School in 2013 with a class rank of 1, and my daughter Alexis graduated from Hart the next year with a class rank of 2. You have made my dreams come true, and I am forever grateful to every one of you and to many in our audience tonight. I also wish to thank you for this opportunity to be appointed to City Council. After watching my fellow candidates at that Signal Forum on Thursday, while there can be only one? If this council doesn't find appointments or committees for every member who stepped up to the plate when they asked, they would be doing our city a huge disservice. Our passion, enthusiasm, and love for this city is exactly what Santa Clarita needs to solve any problem. Santa Clarita's greatness can be measured in how it utilizes its human capital more than any other resource. This is an exciting time for Santa Clarita. It seems that everyone wants to live here. And both our successes and our challenges, as we hear, stem from the same thing, our growth. And it's beginning to get a little crowded. Whether you're talking traffic, development, resources, or services, it's all about immense potential, but a limited living space. Now, I'm not a politician, but neither were any of you before you won that first election. I've been a high school teacher for 20 years, an attorney for 10 before that, and I even ran for school board in Culver City in 2005 when I was discouraged that a lackluster board would be running unopposed. Like everyone in this room, I understand that service and stepping up is the Santa Clarita way. So why me? I come to work, and work, and work. I seek to serve, not to criticize or promote an agenda. It's my perspective, life experience, gratitude, and desire to serve with no desire for future office that sets me apart. I love factual analysis and would rather put in hours poring over a spreadsheet in private than appearing in public, but I'll do both. I seek solutions, not the spotlight. I represent the newcomers to our city, newcomers that are fast becoming the majority, and this lens will help you further focus the vision of this board. And while human capital is our greatest resource, we all came here for the schools, and 21st century support of our educational system is the bedrock and foundation of this city. We are a community of people, not roads, not buildings, not businesses. People first. Thank you for your service, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, followed by Jennifer Smith, followed by Ken Weisman.
Mayor Smythe, Pro Tem West, fellow council members, thank you very much for this opportunity. Wow, what an amazing process this is. I doubt we're going to see something like this in the near future, but I'm very proud to be a part of it. Like I said, my name is Timothy McLaughlin. I'm 51 years old. I moved out here to Santa Clarita with my wife and my one son back in 1999. I'm an actor. I've been an actor for 30 years. I've worked at Universal Studios in Florida, and I got my Bachelor of Fine Arts degree at the University of Florida. I could have chosen just about any other place to live out here, especially being an actor. I could have been down in Burbank, West Hollywood, or any number of cities that catered to my profession. I chose Santa Clarita because after searching for 3 weeks, I came upon this town and I saw what an amazing place it was to raise a family. So I moved my wife and my son out here and proceeded to continue my career. And I can't tell you enough what a great decision that was for me. And my wife, Sherry, will probably agree with that. In fact, she definitely will. I've spent the last 18 years here getting to know so many people, many of them that are out here in the crowd tonight. And they share an equal love for this city. Over the past 10 years, I've been a youth coach for the city of Santa Clarita. I am a parishioner at St. Terry, where I am a 4th degree Sir Knight, where I'm involved heavily in many charitable parts of the Knights of Columbus. It's been a dream. It's been an amazing journey. I hope that you will consider me to be a council member here. I believe in unity, fraternity, fellowship, patriotism. And as I look up at the sign here that says the City of Santa Clarita, I see the term or the words, "In God we trust." And I believe that that's what we have trust in and how we have come to this point here in 2017. We are an amazing city. We have so much to do. I'm willing to work with each and every one of you to accomplish those goals. I believe in team. I believe in working together to accomplish anything. And I believe with teamwork and with the citizens of this city, we can achieve just about anything that we want. Again, I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Smith, followed by Ken Weissman, followed by Michael Cruz.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. Santa Clarita has been my home for 38 years. My parents moved here when I was 2, attracted to the safe community, affordable homes, great schools, and the promise of an ideal lifestyle for raising their 2 children. I grew up here. I started college at College of the Canyons and completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in Music Industry Studies at Cal State University Northridge. Eventually, I earned 2 teaching credentials, a multiple subject credential, and a single subject credential in math. I did my student teaching at Fair Oaks Ranch Elementary School. I bought my first condominium in Valencia and lived there until I met my husband, got married, and had twin girls. We want to stay in Santa Clarita. Both sets of our parents raised us here, and we intend to stay, to be close to our extended families and be a part of the community that we were raised in. Things have changed a lot since my parents moved here, but the promise of that ideal lifestyle for raising a family is still here. We know families choose to stay or move here because they are expecting a certain quality of life that they can't find in other places. As part of the City Council, I would work hard to ensure the quality of living for the people and the families that live here. Sometimes a better quality of life means something more affordable that allows parents to spend more time with their children. A better quality means 30 minutes less time spent in traffic getting to and from work every day. It means that regardless of where you live in Santa Clarita, your children are getting the same fine education with all the same advantages as every other child living here. It means they are safe walking to and from school every day. It also means having health care nearby you that you can rely on when you need it. Better quality means less noise pollution, a common complaint amongst condominium apartment residents. It means less air pollution from myriad sources and the environment itself. I would also hope it means having a place for people to go when they age that is affordable. People who have raised their children here, people who have contributed to the community for years, who may now need a little extra care but still want to be close to their children and grandchildren. This is a community after all. I live here, my roots are here, and I am strongly invested in making this place live up to the high-quality family life people are looking for when they come to Santa Clarita. I believe my experiences as a longtime member of this community, a Santa Clarita Valley homeowner, a student, teacher, and mother about to start her children in our public school system next year make me uniquely qualified to serve the people that I live with. Let's help make Santa Clarita the best place it can possibly be for the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weissman, by Michael Cruz and Vladimir Lusa.
Esteemed Mayor and City Council members, I'm Ken Weissman. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to you tonight. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" I am so proud, as many have mentioned, to be in a group of folks here that have accepted the calling to serve our community. There is a reason that our city has fast become the 3rd largest city in the 88 cities of LA County. It's a great place to live. The competition to live here brings challenges, big city challenges. Challenges not faced in the past, but challenges we do face today. It's hard for our kids on a starting salary to live independently in the city. Many, like my boys, had to move away from the city until they could afford to move back here. Some of their friends didn't come back here. We want a city where our kids can grow up and they can afford to just stay here. I know this City Council is dedicated to overcoming our challenges and maintaining and leading our city into the future. If selected, I feel I'm ready to join you. I'm a pioneer in my business pursuits. I have balanced risk with rewards as I grew AMS Fulfillment. I have collaborated countless times with this community on business and volunteer ventures. I am a team player who is not afraid of hard work. We care about a lot of the same things. Open space, the environment, regional transportation, law enforcement. I also respect our economic development, College of the Canyons, and the wonderful work they're doing for our community. When it comes to our people, you know my commitment to our seniors, our youth, workforce development, and those that struggle in our community. It's in my blood to look out for them. I like the city's 2020 plan. It is a look into the future. It does balance strategic growth with concrete initiatives. The plan needs to be flexible as we evolve, and we do need to leverage innovation and technology. My wife, my children, and their families are here in Santa Clarita. Today's efforts will affect their lives and their children's lives. I want to be part of building the legacy we pass on to future generations. A fun story that you don't know about me. In 1988...
I have to save that story.
You'll have to wait on that.
Questions,
Okay.
I apologize. Time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cruz, followed by Mr. Luza, and followed next would be Sean Weber.
Kind of short, so let me adjust this a little bit. All right. Good evening, Mayor Smythe and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Cruz. As I complete my term on the city's Parks, Recs, and Community Services Commission, I just wanted to take a moment and say that it's been an honor and a privilege to serve as a commissioner, chairperson, and to work with the city's employees. It's fair to say that we've known one another for quite some time, and during that time, I believe we've gotten to know one another. I have the knowledge and experience to serve on the council, and I can hit the ground running on day one. However, I believe that I'm not the only one in the pool of applicants who can do so. During my time as a commissioner, I worked hard to build consensus. I met with members of the community to discuss issues related to the commission. I served as an ambassador between the community and the city as well. I've attended numerous public outreach meetings, not to attempt to influence anyone, but rather to hear the issues, concerns, and praises from the community, whether it was tennis courts, the proposed new community center, or master planning a park. I brought those issues, concerns, and praises and included them in the commission's deliberations. If appointed, I will bring that same philosophy with me. I'm a firm believer in sitting down, listening, and talking. I believe that to be an effective member of the council, you must be able to reach across the dais and build consensus. Regardless of the outcome, you need to respect and support the council's decision, because in the end, we are all on the same page and pulling in the same direction. And since I have a little bit of time left, just a quick plug, I'm selling Amway in the back, so if anybody wants to give an order, I'll be more than happy. And with that, I say thank you.
All right. Radamir Luza. Weber. Followed by Matthew Hargett. Followed by Robert Cooper.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem West, Councilman Weber, all right, Councilman Keller, yeah, a little nervous,
all right.
And Councilman McLean. I come here with the best intentions, and intentions to me is everything. I grew up in Santa Clarita. I was one of the first graduating class of Pine Tree Elementary. The same thing with La Mesa. I also went to Valencia High School. My friends throughout this community are, they're actually the boss of these two right here in front of us. There's community members throughout this this valley that I'm friends with. And what I mean by friends with, it's not just casually. These are people I grew up with. This community is not just some people I may be familiar with. These are people I have a very, very deep connection, and these people now have families as well. Many of the people that wrote me letters of recommendation are not just Republicans, and they're not just Democrats, they're not just employers, and they're not just employees. They're not just people that work for our government as civil servants. They're people from all around our valley and outside of our valley. I implore you to invest in our young people. One of the biggest things that I want to tell you is that I don't come here with my own agenda. I would come here to bring new ideas to this council, to allow this council to move forward in a direction that is more towards the future. The biggest things that I think this council should be concentrating on is the opiates, heroin issue that we have. I think that's the biggest issue. I can't tell you how many friends I've lost over the years. And it's not just somebody going to a drug dealer and getting drugs that way. It's also people getting prescribed drugs that get stuck on those things. And I've lost friends. I mean, when I say lost friends, I mean completely lost them. They're not here today. That being said, the other issue that obviously is traffic. But beyond that is making this city into a smart city. I have the technical background to do so. I worked at a major law firm for 10 years. In that time, I saw the law firm grow from 2 offices to 14 offices. They grew multi-state, lots of different attorneys. When you talk about pressure, imagine having 20 attorneys that you have to respond to in different departments, and very, very difficult at times to get everyone to work together, and that is challenging, and that's something that I've already done. I also, in regards to the smart city, I think that we need to have wireless throughout our city. That'll help with the homeless, having to go to the public library and use the internet there. I think the city needs to be an example of what is a smart city. Thank you for your time.
Very good, thank you. Matthew Hargett, followed by Robert Cooper, followed by Dickron Melkonian.
How's everyone doing tonight? Mr. Mayor, council people. See, I'm off to a great start. Can't follow the comedy acts tonight. So my name, Matthew Hargett. I'm one of your local first responders working on the ambulance out there, as long as a lifelong resident of this city. We've heard a lot of different stuff tonight. Everyone's really touched, we've got traffic, we've got issues, we've got different stuff that we can try and do to fix it. But what we're not hearing a lot of from people is actual solutions. We're hearing a lot of, let's get departments together and talk about it. But, let's create some job positions for the homeless to transition them into, to get off the streets. Let's encourage businesses that have empty retail space to reduce the prices and encourage startups to take hold there so they can try and grow and bring more residents to our city. Let's work on getting a second hospital built or expanding Henry Mayo on a bigger level so we can handle the community needs that are growing constantly. There's a lot we can do to step this city forward. Arts programs, entertainment programs, things like that that'll take our kids off the streets after school hours and have them somewhere doing something productive. There's a lot of stuff we can do to move forward, make this city even greater than it already is. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Robert Cooper, followed by Mr. Melkonian, followed by Brett Mauser.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Again, my name is Robert Cooper, and I am the pastor of Berean Baptist Family Fellowship that meets at Helmers Elementary School right here in Valencia. We've been here for 15 years, and I just want to thank all the comments from the folks who came earlier to support me in this endeavor. Let me just say I'm a father of 2. I have 2 daughters. My oldest daughter is a junior at Scripps College in Claremont, majoring in neuroscience, and I have a second daughter in the 6th grade. She's at Stevenson Ranch Elementary School. And I have a wife. We've been married for 25 years, and we've been residents of Santa Clarita now for the past 16. Let me start off with the obvious question. Why the city council? Why now? And why me? And I'm going to start with the question, why me? Because I think that's the one that's most important to the council. We heard from a lot of great candidates tonight, and I'm very proud to be in a community and a city where people have stepped to the plate to speak on behalf of the residents of Santa Clarita. I feel like I'm qualified, like many of the other candidates here tonight. I've participated in governing boards. I failed to mention, in addition to being the pastor of a church, I'm also the professor of education at UCLA. I teach courses in politics, policy, and leadership. So I think I'm uniquely qualified to come and share in this process of policy development for the community. But what I hope more importantly is that this race doesn't come down to kind of a competition of who's lived in Santa Clarita the longest, or who's participated in particular activities that are stepping stones to the city council. But I think there are three things that the city council ought to take to heart as they're thinking about the next person to fill that seat. And the number one issue is it has to be somebody who understands the important issues of the city. As a pastor, I have the opportunity to sit with families and individuals all the time to talk about the issues that are important. One of the important issues is domestic violence, something that we don't talk about as a community. But I sat in the living room of some home here in Santa Clarita with a wife who talked about the husband who brought the gun to kill her. That's real, and that's here in Santa Clarita. Or to talk about families that are struggling with addiction. What are the services that the city is providing for those families that are struggling with that area? Wow, the yellow light already. 3 minutes go by quickly. Let me just say, so if we're talking about these important issues, then the second thing that's really important is about relationships. Relationships across various and diverse communities. And I'm not just talking about racial and ethnic diversity. If we look at Santa Clarita over the last 30 years, things have changed, not just in terms of race and ethnicity, but also in terms of economics. We have economic diversity that we have to pay attention to. We have issues around generational diversity now. We have a young city that's growing older, and now we have to take care of also the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Melkonian, followed by Brett Mauser, followed by David Bianco.
Good evening, Mayor, Bianco City Council. Good evening today. My name is Deacon Melkonian, and brief moments here, I just want to explain who I am, what I can do for the city. I'd love to serve the City Council for Santa Clarita. I currently serve now. I'm a proud member of a 23-year career so far in law enforcement. I'm with the Los Angeles Police Department. And for the last 14 years, my position has been a senior lead officer. And the reason I bring that out is because the topics we discussed last week and also what is facing the city are manifold, specifically public safety. And I take pride in that. What I deal with on a daily basis is the fact of public safety is dealing with the mental health issues that we see out here, the homelessness that we work with, as well as the drug and narcotic issues. The Area Olympic Division, which I'm in charge of, has the highest crime in my specific location due to these factors. Our homelessness is out of control at that location. It is not specifically a law enforcement issue, which we have to partner up with. It is a community issue. It is a health issue. And what I've done the last 14 years, I've been learning with is working with so many different organizations, so many entities, either with law enforcement, nonprofit organizations, the mental health, County of Mental Health, and other resources. And I've learned with that you have to bring these folks together in a proper manner and to work to come up with solutions. I don't have those solutions. I can't bring those here for you, but I will bring my passion and my experience of what I've been working with in Los Angeles. I've also been a college instructor for the last 12 years at Westwood College, teaching criminal justice classes. And at that time, it gave me a wealth of knowledge for our youth, as well as our older people that come in for a second chance in a college life. And I think my best attributes are to working with diverse groups of people, to hear what they have to say, and to come up with solutions, viable solutions for our city. I'm a 15-year resident with my wife and my 2 children. I'm passionate about the city. I coach youth sports here for the last 5 years on a 10-month basis, and I absolutely have met so many great families here, and I've heard what they have to say and how blessed we are and privileged we are to live in this beautiful city. And I would like to serve here as well and to help the city become what it is, a very safe city where many enjoy. The fact that our schools are the most outstanding school systems that we have, and the fact that we have so much growth now is incredible. With that, we have to keep these schools at the top of our game. Our educators, our great teachers, administrators, and faculty need to be supported. We have to provide that. Our future is very important here for our kids, and education is one of the biggest items we have here. Along with that, I think recreation is one of the largest facets here as well. I think keeping our youth thriving with youth sports and recreation for our seniors as well is very important. And bringing that into this table, I'd love to serve here. It will be a privilege and my honor, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Brett Moser, followed by David Bianco, followed by Kristen Gallardi.
For those of you who may not know me, my name is Brett Mauser. I currently work for Southern California Edison, and I am a current board member for my homeowners association. I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to stand up here and speak alongside of all these other applicants that hold such impressive backgrounds. I would like to thank the mayor and the rest of the council, along with the community, for my opportunity to speak here. The men and women that currently make up the council are human just like everyone else, but they are expected to make all of the right decisions and that are in the community's best interest and are personally held accountable for the outcome. But the truth is, a small group of representatives can't single-handedly make all the decisions themselves. Some say that it's impossible to please everyone, but to help limit the number of those that don't approve, the community needs to be involved. And more importantly, our community needs to be listened to with consideration. I feel personally obligated to help generate interest from our up-and-coming generation and voting age residents, but also want to try to get anyone involved no matter what their background is. My generation has a valuable input from a different perspective and should be involved in some shape or form when it relates to the major decisions that are going to impact our city. One of my goals is to help develop an educated and relevant presence in the voting community, which will affect city initiatives in a positive way and help drive Santa Clarita forward. Now, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I'm not an expert on sustainable growth, but like many, I have the ability to learn new subjects when the time and dedication is put forth. To me, my job as a councilman would be to go out and speak with the residents of this community and find out the local challenges that they are facing. We need to identify what the most pressing issues really are and pinpoint the root causes of why these problems exist. I would then consult the experts and utilize other resources to work out possible solutions. I'm not here to make false promises or pretend like I already know all the answers. I feel like giving lip service and pretending to know all the answers is a problem in itself, especially because not one simple answer is going to move Santa Clarita forward, and the solutions cannot come from one representative alone. What we need is someone who is willing to dedicate themselves to the position. When I submitted my application for the city council seat, I already knew that I cared about my community a lot, but I did not realize how much I truly cared and how much I truly love this city. I promise that if I'm appointed, I will put in time and effort to be involved and help find the resolutions that are best for our community. But even if I am not appointed to the council, this won't be the last you see of me. I plan on becoming a familiar face around here. I'm a strong believer in being the change that you wish to see. So I know I can still make a difference in the community, and I will do what I can to get others involved in the community as well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. David Bianco, followed by Kristen. Jason Gibbs. Jason didn't have time to prep, but.
Oh, that's all right.
So following Mr. Gibbs then would be Kevin Rosenberg and David Ruelas.
Mayor Smythe and council members, thank you for this opportunity to share my story and desire for seeking the vacant council seat. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara, and aside from the occasional trip to test my intestinal fortitude on some roller coasters at Six Flags, my early adult life was spent pursuing and obtaining a master's degree in mechanical engineering from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. It was there I would meet my wife-to-be, who was the driving force behind our moving and starting a family in Santa Clarita after she accepted a position with Boston Scientific here in town. My first hands-on experience in a community leadership role was with my homeowners association. During my tenure as president of the HOA, the most common complaint from members was the feeling that their input was being ignored and that their money was not being spent responsibly. These complaints seem to be a common theme in all aspects of government that I have observed, and Santa Clarita is no different. On the HOA, I effectively navigated this discourse by quickly and efficiently getting answers to our residents. My fellow board members were impressed with my tenacity and willingness to go line by line through our budgets to ensure our revenues were being spent wisely. To further assuage fears that residents were not being heard, I spent countless hours addressing the issues brought before the board, and I never brushed off any concern. At a time when there's been so much controversy about this appointment process, I believe I offer a very unique choice for the council. My wife and I both work full-time and have just welcomed our first child into the world, so we can relate to the younger generation who are trying to make ends meet while raising a family in this beautiful place. Nobody can claim my appointment as some form of favoritism, as I have no relationship with any committee, board member, or advocacy group in the area, unless we're counting coffee kiosk on Bouquet, which I do frequent and financially support quite often. I truly offer the chance for the council to provide an unbiased and open mind to all the business that's brought before the city. That being said, though, here are a few of my views on some major issues I see facing the city. While I'm not opposed to growth, I worry that we are growing too fast. We are covering our hills and open space, which provides so much of our city's charm and beauty. While we always seem excited to have new revenue streams, I worry that the money coming in will not keep up with the continually increasing operation and maintenance costs. A council that is truly concerned with fiscal responsibility will look to curb cost increases and not simply look for revenue to match them. Far too often we focus on the positives in our budget reports while ignoring obligations that could become big problems down the road. One example is our debt to CalPERS. If the value of our assets is correct, our best case actuarial pension debt is almost $34 million. I do not feel a $34 million debt is acceptable, no matter how much worse off other cities may be compared to us. When we make comparisons in our own lives, we do not do so with outliers and extreme cases. We should be looking at cities doing better than us and asking what can we do to get where they are. We should not be looking at those doing worse and saying at least we're not as bad as them. Finally, I will do my best to ensure everyone knows not just how I voted on an agenda item, but why. We owe it to the community, and they should know why we choose to take up action or not, no matter what the item of business. Thank you for your time.
Good, thank you. Kevin Rosenberg, followed by David Ruelas, followed by Jacqueline Thomas.
I'll just wait for you to start.
Oh, okay, sorry. Good evening. This is one of the stranger job interviews I've ever been on. Actually, one of the first jobs I ever interviewed for was here for a cashier job at City Hall, so who knows, maybe the second time's a charm. About 15 years ago was the last time I was even in these chambers. I spoke very passionately. I was just outside of, just finished high school. I spoke very passionately about something involving the Golden Valley Project at the time. I don't remember what it was about, but I'll admit I was wrong. So I've been thinking very hard about what it is that would make the right candidate for this job, and I realized I don't have to think about that. That's your job. But I was trying to think what would make me the right candidate for this job. And frankly, I don't have an answer. There have been about 40 people speaking before me who I would vote for. In fact, I think I have voted for a couple of them before. But I don't believe in self-eliminating, so here I am. As my good friend John, who pushed me to go for this, told me, if you don't, then someone you don't like will get the job. Well, I like me, so here I am. So a moment or two about me. I've never been interested in politics. I have always been interested in public service. I realize that does not necessarily go well together, and yet here we all are. I have sworn an oath to the Constitution and the community 7 times, and I have been incredibly moved every time I have done it. It is some of the proudest moments of my life every time I have done so. I'm a crazy person who gets excited by accountability and responsibility. I firmly believe in the concept of servant leadership. Just like about everyone else, I grew up in this town, moved here in 1988, which I realize makes me a newcomer. I have lived all over this town, Saugus, Stevenson Ranch, Castaic, now Valencia for the last several years, went to all the local schools. I was even the school mascot at Valencia High School, so if that isn't dedicated, bizarre servant leadership, I don't know what is. You've probably seen me around town, usually on one of the paseos. I'm that crazy idiot who looks like he's dying, who waves and says hi while you're biking right past him. I'm an attorney by education. I hope you don't hold that against me. I clerked at the DA's office for 2 months and knew that practice of law was not for me. Immediately ran off and joined the circus. I've been in federal service for the last 8 years. I do hope you hold that against me. I've been responsible for thousands of people under my leadership, billions of dollars of federal funds on 4 major defense programs, and it's been something I've loved. But I left that recently so I could be closer to home. Strangely, this position came open just as the Hatch Act doesn't apply to me anymore. So I'm still a consultant to the federal government. I still do what I love, and now I can serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bayless, followed by Jacqueline Thomas, followed by Bill Miranda.
Good evening. It's been a long night, but we're almost done. Good evening, Mayor Smythe, fellow council members. Now, I'm sure many of you know me by now for running in the last election, but just for everybody else here, I was born here, lifetime resident, lived in Newhall. I went to the local schools, Clarita, Hart, College of the Canyons, and I went to UC Davis. And then I came back home and I ran for city council. And someone at the mall came up to me and was like, "Hey, you're little Cameron." I was like, "What's little Cameron?" They're like, "Because you went to the same schools as Cameron Smythe and you ran really young just like Cameron." So made me really
proud, right? Real honored.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, that's the word you're looking for. Inspired. I got a whole list of adjectives for you.
That's exactly.
I'm sure some of you have some adjectives as well, but fortunately you can't say that.
Now, when I was at College of the Canyons, I was involved in their student government, so I was advocating for students at the legislature, and I was also working on the student government on policies that would help the students, and I was working with people who didn't always agree with me on the same views, but we were still able to get things done for the students. And I interned at the state legislature in the assembly for Assembly Member Brian Daly, which is really nice. I got to learn about the assembly and the legislative process, and I got to meet a lot of constituents who are always happy to get good things from the member for their votes, and then just come in and see them, and then the staff as well. Now, I want to thank you all because for the community center that opened up in Newhall, because it was really influential in my upbringing, and I was able to stay out of trouble. And every time I'd go in, I'd always see your name up there, Councilmember Keller. And I'm really happy that you guys have the Canyon Country one coming up, and I'm really happy about that, so thank you for that. Now, there's a lot of issues that everyone's brought up, drugs, jobs, but what I want to talk about is traffic, because traffic is a main thing that everyone keeps getting mad about. Now, for those of you that don't know, San Francisco is very busy with traffic, and some of the ways they deal with it is they have the one lane for only buses and for taxis. And I think if we can implement that here in Santa Clarita, it would help to a degree, but we also have to look into opening up more roads, and it might be possible using the funds we will be getting through Measure M. And the problem with CMEX, I know that the BLM is still looking at the permits for CMEX, and if I am on the city council, I will make sure that I will fight against CMEX with our local elected officials to make sure that CMEX does not go through with their plans and pollute our city and affect the generations that are to come. Now, I want to be on the council because I want to serve, and you could keep the paycheck, you can give it to local causes, or divide it amongst yourself, whichever is best for you guys.
That's the best idea I've heard. I like how you think. You know, it's that UC Davis education. Very good. Thomas, followed by Bill Miranda, who is, so we're in our final two here, folks. So
I feel like the caboose. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jackie Thomas. I'm a 30-year resident of Santa Clarita. I have a corporate position at Republican Indemnity, which is a workers' compensation insurance company in the San Fernando Valley. I'm an administrative manager, the liaison between employees and senior management, between tenants and the property manager. I also represent the management in our parent company, Great American Insurance Company in Cincinnati, which is one of the most successful and oldest insurance companies in the U.S. with 145 years in business. It's my job to engage employees. You have already reviewed my app, so I'll focus on soft skills. What I would bring to the City Council comes from 2 decades of association with leadership such as Carl Lindner's at Great American. Carl inspires loyalty and collaboration, proving that a sense of community isn't just for small towns, it's for global organizations with 7,000 employees. The decisions I'd make on the City Council would be motivated by that, in community engagement. I like the idea of a neighborhood council, but there are many ways to begin. Our community is interested in participating. And because our city is diverse, we have a wealth of perspective on which to draw. Right now, I worry that we are overlooking a large portion of our diversity here. And it begs the question, what are we missing out on? I do know that when people are invited to offer input, they more readily buy into the solution, even when they are asked to compromise. And here's an example of how it has worked for me. I was the project manager for what was to be a 2-year construction project with a $700,000 budget in a 75,000 square feet of commercial space and needed to get 175 people on board and happy about it. Not easy. Communication about the project was obvious, but I needed to do more. I looked at the top complaint of our last project, which was ugly carpet, and so I tried something new. I had a carpet conference. I invited managers, data entry clerks, that complainer in the claims department, and invited them to take a look at a bunch of carpet samples and help us decide what we should pick. My designer was scared, but the employees really appreciated it. And I know it was a small, low-risk process, but it opened a door, and it led to input from employees that changed the entire scope of our construction project because we started to listen to the employees. We changed our plans to include 3 break rooms, completely renovated our lunchroom into a lounge, and provided amenities that all the employees could benefit from. And that's what I believe is possible for the city with engagement. You can't please everyone, of course, and not everyone has an opinion to offer, but they all deserve a meaningful way to contribute and leave feeling that they were heard. Thank you.
Very much. Now batting cleanup.
Yes.
Mr. Miranda, Bill Miranda.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Bill Miranda. My wife and I moved to Santa Clarita 34 years ago from Paris, France. We moved here because we wanted to raise our family in a very good environment, and we found it here in Santa Clarita. Santa Clarita is amazing. We want to continue to make it amazing in the years to come. Previously, I was a Fortune 500 executive. Today, I'm a small business owner, mostly retired, and I say mostly in quotes because I'm very active, mostly retired and able to commit all the time necessary to serve on the council. Since retiring, I have continued to serve our community on many levels. As a volunteer with the Senior Center and the American Diabetes Association, as a counselor with the Small Business Development Center, where I helped hundreds of small businesses here in Santa Clarita, and as a board member of the Chamber, where I've been working diligently to champion the economic development of our city. I am all in with the Santa Clarita 2020 plan. I want to use my expertise and experience to serve the council in 3 specific areas. Number 1, quality of life. I want to continue the strong support the council gives to our award-winning schools. Having grown up in New York City, where parks are few and open space is non-existent, I like what we're doing here in Santa Clarita. and I want it to continue, and I want to protect and preserve what we have here. Number 2, economic vitality. I want to bring new businesses to Santa Clarita and help us grow and retain jobs by strongly supporting the Economic Development Center and our Chamber of Commerce. Number 3, public safety. Sadly, we have a homeless problem here in Santa Clarita. 10% of our homeless are veterans, just like me. Working with the city and county, I want to roll up my sleeves to improve the lives of those less fortunate than we are. You have a tough decision to make tonight. I wish you well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Miranda. So with that, we have reached the the break point. Freudian slip there, I guess. But so at this time, I'd ask the council to submit their list to the city clerk for a compilation of applicants that you may want to hear more from, or you have other additional questions. And with that, we'll take about a 10-minute break. Everyone stretch their legs. Restrooms are just outside, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. If we could all find our seats. Again, I want to thank everybody for the time, for your respect, and for taking this very seriously, which is something we do in the council, and for all of the applicants willing to step out and be involved, put their names out there. Again, so at this point, what we're going to do is kind of move over into questions that members of the council have identified of folks that they maybe want to hear a little bit more from. This is not a top 5 list or anything. This is just, if people ran out of time and there were things that one of us wanted to hear more from, is where we are in the meeting. So again, I'll do the same thing, kind of call you up, first person on deck, the person in the hole, and be prepared then to come on up and answer questions that any of the council members may have. There is no time limit on this, although there will be no filibustering either. So we appreciate again concise answers to the best that you can. So our first three are Ken Dean, Mark Hershey, and Gloria Mercado Fortine will be the first 3. So, Mr. Dean, come on up.
What did I say wrong?
We'll see. Council members.
What did I do?
Council members, the floor is yours. Mayor Pro Tem.
As well. Hi, Ken.
Hello.
I just want to say for the record, he's my friend. And I've known this man a long time because he's always involved. So, good to see you here. Thank you again for being part of the process in Santa Clarita. Ken, when since you've been registered to vote, do you vote in all elections, local and national?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. My constitutional right.
And do you have the time to dedicate to all the council duties, all of the necessary meetings, committees, the nonprofits we go and support?
Absolutely.
And do you think you're a consensus builder?
Yes.
Questions for Mr. Dean? Good. See, that wasn't too painful.
Come on, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hershey.
Nice as that. Wow.
Oh,
Right, though.
well then, okay. No, so one of the things that you mentioned, and I know you mentioned it when you spoke at the kind of the candidate event, and then here tonight again, you reiterated, the suicide rate and how that is growing or is higher. And I know just last week, there was a 14-year-old boy here in Santa Clarita that committed suicide. So can you maybe elaborate a little bit about that and what your findings have seen and
when I first came to Santa Clarita Station as a watch commander, you have to read the watch commander log. You have to make a watch commander log, and you're supposed to read the other ones to see what happened when you were gone. And I noticed very quickly that there seemed to be 2 suicides on average every month. 2 in Santa Clarita. I thought that was huge. I thought maybe it's a weird thing. I started doing the stats. I came here in the middle of 2008, so I began my statistics January 1st, 2007, and I went to December 31st of 2013. I was going to do attempt suicides, but that's too complicated because some people kind of do it for, they change their mind immediately. It's kind of a look at me thing, like help. It's a cry for help, but it's hard to enumerate how serious that is. But so I just did pure suicides, and the number I got no fewer than 19 in one of the years, and as high as 25 in one year. And the rest, I think they're all were mostly 22 to 25. I did it by age breakout. I did it for reasons. I had 3 different headings that I broke it down to. One was like a mental issue. One was relationships. and one was medical. So I don't know how you would address the medical. If someone has terminal cancer or something, it's very sad stuff, and I hope no one here has had that kind of happen. But the medical, that's hard. You know, a lot of the people, it was their third time they had cancer remission come back, and so they would overdose or whatever they do. Relationships seems to be a place where we could really get people, I think, because my findings were I didn't have a woman kill herself in my years until like the next to last year I was doing it. And I don't know this, but I believe it's because women have people they can talk to, and they let it out that way, and they get the care and stuff, and men might hold it inside or something. But relationship really hurts people, and they feel terrible, and some people do. And I think it's very hard to notice that. So that was one of my concerns. I broke it down by age brackets too, and it was pretty much all over the place. But I would say low 20s up to 40 almost had a real big relationship-y kind of stuff. I didn't have many young people, so since the beginning of the year, the suicide, I've seen there's been 2 in January already in the newspaper. I'm just reading from the newspaper. And one was, I don't know, 30-something years old guy. That's pretty sad. And the 14 is like the youngest age that I've heard. I think there's been maybe my study was less than a couple of them, less than 18, but not many juvies. But it kind of blends with the overdose with the drugs, which I think the station, I don't know their stats in the last 2 years because I was a quitter. So they were reducing that. It was really big for a while, and they reduced it quite a lot on the overdose stuff. So I don't know the numbers on that now, but that's significant. But and some of the mental stuff, I don't know how you control that. Right. But I think you can touch people with the mental issues that they would have, and the relationship. I think we could touch people like that. But suicide hotline, if you want to commit suicide, you don't call anybody. You don't tell anybody. The people I think that are going to have to fix the suicide problem are the people that you know, that you say something's wrong with my friend, my son, my cousin, whoever my friend is, and you say, dude, you were just quieted out, and and you need to talk to them, and you have to get to them because if they're really suicidal, most of the time I don't see indicators. I mean, they don't go out researching for people to help them. So if I got into, I know there's some facilities here that already do stuff like that. The Family and Child Center, and I'm pretty good friends with Kerry Quasham, so he does kind of the both of that stuff. He also works for the mental thing at Hitter Mayo with the guy, Dr. somebody, Mike, I think, I forget his name. But I would try to get with the mental health and try to do that. But I think the difficult part is getting communication to the public, to the family members, to the people that might commit suicide, recognizing whatever it is before they do it. And they do it a lot of different ways. And the last thing I'll say is the numbers I told you are all confirmed suicide, the total. I know that number is the minimal for that year. A lot of people are embarrassed as a family, and they don't want to say that someone committed suicide. They'd rather say it was an accidental and stuff like that, and sometimes those statistics are hidden. So I know those numbers are higher, and sometimes people do it by driving off cliffs and stuff, and that can look like a traffic accident instead. So the number is terrible. I think it's a terrible problem.
Thank you. Any other questions from council member questions? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hershey. More time. So one of the things I wanted to ask, and because of your time on the HART board and all, what do you see as some of the biggest issues facing kind of our teens now, with the students and, the pressures that they're going to, it's obviously different than it's been in the past. And so maybe, from your 16 years on the board there, what did you see, or what have you seen?
Well, I have seen that the growth of drugs, and the community looks at schools to fix everything, and it really is a larger challenge, a larger issue and problem than that. But I have seen many youth have easy access to drugs, whether they're prescription drugs, edibles, and we talk about the opiates and heroin. But where we have seen some success is partnering up, and partnerships like working with the Sheriff's Department and the Defiant program. And we are very excited, the district is very excited about that, because we're beginning to see that change. And the unique part of this program is really a lot of peer-to-peer. Kids, they're not going to listen to these older people, grown-ups, but they will listen to their peers. And that is a big part of the Defiant program. And of course, we do have the parent involvement and so forth. But that is a program that we're very excited, and and the city also contributes to that. So that's a great partnership. And we have it in the high schools and now at the junior highs. So that's going in the right direction.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Fortine? All right, thank you. Next group we've got Jack Levenberg, Brent Braun, and Dr. Dorio.
Hi, Jack, I was very impressed with your application and the way you spoke about wanting to work together to engage everyone and understanding that we are a diverse community. Being out there in the community, can you name some of the things that you hear people, just our residents, saying, whether it's with the Clarita or the library folks or all the folks that you interact with?
Well, I think two of the main things that are really important that I hear a lot about is the homelessness and the drug problems. And being a pharmacist, drugs are my expertise. And so I have some ideas regarding homelessness that there's two factors in homelessness that they go by. A person that's homelessness doesn't want to have any rules. They just want to do their thing and leave them alone. Those people are very hard to counsel. They listen to you, but they'll go on and do their own thing. But then there's the mentally ill that need their drugs. And in my practice, I had a problem with people non-compliant, taking drugs. And so I based part of my practice on getting these people to take their drugs on a regular basis. And so I have a couple of ideas about homelessness that to get them to use their drugs. Some of it is financial and some of it's just non-compliance. They start to feel good and then they go off of them and then they fall back again. So I think as a council member, I could really contribute in that realm of thinking. In the drug abuse, again, drugs are my expertise. I think that it's admirable that the city has a moratorium on marijuana, because I think marijuana is one thing that leads to another. And the longer we can keep people away from it, I think the better off we'll be. As far as prescription drugs, I've worked very hard to try and screen people when they come into the pharmacy. Do they have a legal prescription? Do they has it been prescribed legally, and so forth and so on. And in my practice, I had to report people because they were just prescribing willy-nilly. And so I think I can be of service in that aspect too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Very good. Thanks, sir. I know I'm kind of going out of order a little bit here. So, Ms. Troutman, you have a question, so I'm trying to stay as long. And then Mr. Boydston, you'll be on deck. So, Ms. Troutman, come on up. Yep. And then Mr. Braun and Dr. Dorio.
Hi, Diane. I've known you for a really, really long time. And being out in the community, I think these days I don't know if it's because of social media or what it is, but you have a group of people over here, and I'm not going to say right or left because this is a nonpartisan, but you have people over here with ideas, you have people over here with ideas, and how do you get the two groups together to kind of talk? And I'm not meaning necessarily up here, but in the community, so we can bring about a positive vibe to our city.
Well, I was going to say, when you introduced this, that's the challenge of our country right now, isn't it? But I think in the community, possibly having some more community meetings where there's sort of a casual exchange of information. What I try to do is invite people to get to the core of the issue and to divest from the emotions. And I think when people feel heard and understood, that's a good first step. So, I mean, I've always tried to do that as a planning commissioner. If somebody is trying to get information or they don't understand something, I'll repeat it or I'll ask the question that I think they need to have answered. So I think just talking to people and trying to calm the situation and ask them to give ideas. That's the other thing. Invite information from people. So if you don't like that, what is your solution? Tell me, give me information. I've always asked for information from people who spoke before the commission too. If that doesn't work, what would you like to see? How would you like to see this go? And how can we find compromise? Because we have to compromise. I absolutely believe in that. So I would work for that. We need to come together because we can't move forward until we do. All right?
I imagine you've had plenty of experience in the Planning Commission. Those are, that's where you kind of see a lot of it, right?
Yes, we've had some contentious meetings, and I think just respecting, no matter what the person says, respecting the fact that they're standing up and saying something, and again, making sure that they feel heard. It's a big deal.
Very good. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Boyson? One of them.
Mayor Smythe? Okay.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Never memorize your speech. Never memorize a speech. Never. Just use the teleprompter.
Never. One of the things that Levenberg brought up, and I wanted to ask this, and when he brought up the kind of the moratorium, as a result of Prop 64 passing and the recreational use now of marijuana. I'd like to get kind of your thoughts on that. Is the city's going to have to, and all local governments are going to have to tackle with this, and figure out how are we going to handle the change in law. And so I know it was brought up a little bit in theory during the campaign, but now that it's a reality, I'd love to kind of get your thoughts on that and how you would view that if you were back on the council.
Thank you, Mayor. To begin with, understand that the council looked at this very carefully when we were looking at regulating what the framework would be for future marijuana use and sales. And we actually supported a bill as a council that was in Sacramento that was a bipartisan bill and broadly supported all across law enforcement as well, so that we would be able to regulate the use and the sale of marijuana, because we were looking down the road. That was some forward-looking thinking that we don't always get from Sacramento, but in that case it was very helpful. So we did that and put that framework in place because we knew this was coming down the pike. I have quite a bit of experience because I have relatives in Colorado, which has legalized recreational marijuana for quite some time, and there are a lot of unintended consequences they're finding there. And having read some of the studies that have come out of Colorado, we find that there's a lot more overdose accidentally by children and things that they didn't expect. In addition, they're finding there are some higher rates of usage than there would be otherwise. And that doesn't surprise any of us. I mean, marijuana has been around since all of us were in school. It's just that it wasn't legal and probably cut down on some of the usage. As it becomes socially acceptable, then more people are going to look at marijuana as just an alternative to alcohol, as it were. And we both know that there are not enough studies to actually understand some of the dangers of marijuana the way we see the dangers in alcohol. The rates of alcoholism obviously are much lower in countries where it's illegal. However, now we know it's going to be legal in our country. Whether we have it here in Santa Clarita is going to have to look at it very carefully and look at it zoning-wise, because that's another thing that they found in some of the towns, the mountain towns, that thought it would be a boon to tourism, are now talking about trying to get rid of the people off their councils who voted that in because they want it restricted, highly restricted for recreational use. Medical marijuana, for me personally, I believe that's an entirely different story. However, we saw the latest study that just came out with marijuana, and they found out that there are some very disturbing things that they had not studied and they have identified having to do with schizophrenia, increased schizophrenia usage, and increased bronchitis issues. And there is a couple other things that are non-definitive now. So once again, it is the best thing to do would be to approach it with caution, look at our zoning laws, and restrict the heck out of it until we find out what we're up against.
Good. Thank you. Any other? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Braun. So a similar question to you from your background in law enforcement, maybe from a different angle, and the challenges of state law versus the federal law is that while it's passed and legal in California and Colorado and others, much of the ability to operate on that industry is because the federal government has not chosen to enforce their laws, and that it's still listed as such. And so, kind of your thoughts on that as well, between state and federal, and with your background in law enforcement.
Sure. Federal law is in direct conflict with state law. Federal law typically trumps state law. There's some unintended consequences, or I should say there are logical consequences if you follow out the business plan, as it were. Under the federal scheme, banks are required under the Know Your Customer rules to not do business with companies or individuals that engage in illegal activities or prohibited activities, which creates a problem for the marijuana industry, which has enormous amounts of cash involved, as to where do they do their banking. And that means you've got businesses in your neighborhood with large amounts of cash in a generally nondescript type of storefronts that could be subject to armed robberies. The patrons going in and out could be similarly situated. This would include credit card processing issues and things of that sort. The scientific medical research on the benefits of marijuana are not really as fully developed as they should be. That may in part be because big pharma cannot patent marijuana. So pharmaceutical grade, medical grade quality marijuana and its benefits to those that typically they trot out the use of by cancer patients. Certainly we want to be compassionate to anybody that's unfortunate enough to have that terrible disease. But it's not fully developed to the point that it should be. It is well established. I think there was a comment made about some recent research. I remember reading recently where the effects of marijuana on youth and their development mentally is not very promising at all. If anything, it's detrimental. The operative ingredient in marijuana is THC. That runs roughly 25 times the potency that it had about 20 years ago. That creates a problem. The issues of driving under the influence are certainly huge. It's not, the use is not tied to your body weight like it is with alcohol and how much you can consume before you become impaired. So that's going to be a real problem for detection. There aren't really a large inventory of on-mobile testing devices that law enforcement could use for that, but that puts all of us at risk, just like drunk driving does or driving under the influence. It's a terrible thing.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Brunt? Very good. Moving down to Dr. Dorio, Rhonda Baldwin-Kennedy, and Dr. Dwork, BNX.
Thank you.
Dr. Dorio, first of all, who'd you sign with in baseball when you signed your contract? That's a big think about that question.
No, it's easy because it was an amateur contract,
And so, we were with the Giants, and there were other teams around but it was all state of California, so it was a traveling team that allowed me to, and they bought all my equipment and uniforms. It was great.
Very good. So because of your practice and you specifically focus on our senior population, what are kind of you seeing? I think a big issue for a lot of us is, and I think someone else mentioned it too, is that trying to keep the families together, and affordable housing, particular for our seniors, and so you have the multi-generational families able to stay here in Santa Clarita, and so what would be your thoughts on having more affordable housing, or do we need more? Is it enough for our seniors, so we're able to try to keep those families together as long as possible?
Most of the seniors, though, want to live independently. They don't want to go back and move in with their kids. So the first thing to do is try to figure out, how do we keep them in their homes? And that's the challenge of what we have today, because there's a financial challenge, but also there's a medical challenge. Many of our seniors start to have debilities that might put them out of their home. And, we have to start looking for the financial ways and the technologic ways to make sure they don't fall out of their home. And, of course, one of them is robotics. When we have robots in their home, we'll do better. When we have homes that are safe for our seniors, we'll do better. When we have a way of giving them their medication in a way where they're not making mistakes, that will keep them in their home. But the biggest fear of our seniors right now is they're going to fall out of their home. And now when they do, then you have to have different places, try to have different places for them to go. Now, if you go to something called assisted living, that could be $6,000 a month. And most people can't afford that. So we have to look at the lower level. Board and cares are places where they're like homes, but they're most of the people living there are hampered by their physical problems. So between that, though, when they start falling out of their homes, we should have some way of figuring out how to put them in group homes. Now, I don't think we should reinvent the wheel on this, because other people are doing it. As a matter of fact, Robin and I, with Diane Troutman, and I think somebody else from the Planning Commission, went down to Los Angeles a few years ago, and they already have a program. They already figured out what they're going to do with their seniors once they start not being able to live in their homes. One, they have places where they're living in their apartments still and maintaining them in their apartments. But secondly, once they see them falling out of their homes, then they have other places that we can put our loved ones and keep them there before they end up going to their family's home. But yes, part of that is subsidized, but the county and the city was already doing that in Los Angeles. They have a Department of Aging, both of them, and they use the Department of Aging to get funding from federal government and state government to be able to get them and keep them in their homes. So if we have, and we were trying to bring that back up to Santa Clarita, it failed not because of us or anyone here. It failed because the person who was in charge of all this passed away. And she was an integral individual that once she passed away, things started to fall apart, not within their organization, but it fell apart to where we couldn't take advantage of it. But I think we should intend on looking into it in the future.
Very good. Thank you.
Dr. Doria, you talked about the group home thing, and we've supported group homes with zoning, and do you think that's a really effective way to manage care for seniors? So that
it's an alternative. I don't really think it's the best alternative. Seniors want to stay in their homes. For all my patients, nowadays seniors, when they pass away, 90% pass away in the hospital or in a nursing home. They fear that. They do not want to be there. My sense and feeling and hope is doing house calls and knowing what we can do in 10 years, we'll be able to have people stay in their homes, and 90% will actually go on hospice in their homes and die in their homes. Last year, I had 5 patients. None of them, they were women in their 90s, and none of them went on hospice, but I knew that they were at end of life. And I helped them get through that part with their families. All 5 of them passed away here in this community, passed away at home. They did not suffer. They were not in pain. They were not uncomfortable. They passed away in their home with their loved ones around them. That's what we need to do. But that's not really a city issue other than, the housing part, but it's a society issue. But some of that can be modeled here in Santa Clarita.
Thank you, Dr. Dorio.
Baldwin Kennedy, followed by Dr. Gork, and then followed by Paul de la Cerda. Hey there. So one of the things that you mentioned in your comments is kind of your connection and activity in the entertainment industry. And I think that's, as you mentioned, and we all know this, it's kind of the bread and butter, here in Santa Clarita with, number of employees and productions that are done here. One of the concerns that I have is the continual kind of poaching, if you will, by other states that are going after the industry with incentives and others, and there's only so much we can do in the city. We try to be as open as possible. But are there other ways that you think and other things we can do to keep what we have here, particularly in Santa Clarita, obviously statewide, but to keep that vital industry here? Because again, I have concerns that as those jobs leave, those folks are going to leave with them, and we're losing a lot of productive people from the city that are going to go take jobs in other states. And so I don't know. Again, it's kind of an abstract question, but you brought it up, and it just kind of hit my mind as something that's important to the city from an economic development standpoint.
Yes, and one of the things that other states do, and even other countries, a lot of the industry is moving to Canada. A lot of shows have left, and they're being shot in Canada. Is that the different states, they actually go out and they make contact with the scouting, the producers, the executive producers who put you in touch with the location scouts. And you have to continue that relationship, with the different projects. I mean, you know what projects are coming out, when they're in pre-production, before they're even scripted, when they're just being developed. And that's the time that, as a city or as a state, we need to reach out to those producers, the EPs or the location scouts, and maintain that relationship. Because once you I know being in the industry, once you maintain that relationship, they always go back to you until, even when someone else comes around and tries to poach them, as long as you have that relationship, it's a pretty loyal business, believe it or not.
Another question is, how do you do this with triplets and 3 other children? It's a heavy load. It's very impressive, and with all that you do, and I barely get by with half the kids you have. And
it's a balance, and I do it. I'm able to. I have a lot of help. I have an au pair. I believe in the au pair program, and so I have help at home, and then I have help at my office. But I also like to set a positive example for my children, and I've done that for my older girls, and I do that for my little ones now. So keeping busy and helping the community and doing what we're doing, it's a positive role model for my children. So no regrets.
Very good. Dr. Dwork? Mayor Pro Tem.
Dr. Dwork, I was extremely pleased to hear you, and you seem to have a really good grasp on our community. And I just had a few quick questions for you. You're obviously a very busy woman. Do you think you have the time to commit to all of the necessary committees and requirements that City Council has for meetings and after
I look
hours?
forward to it. I just announced to my staff that I am retiring very soon, and I look forward to the hustle and bustle of being in the City Council.
You obviously very engaged. Do you vote in all elections?
I think I've missed one election. I became a naturalized citizen when I was pregnant with my first child, I believe, and I still get choked up and teary-eyed when I go into the booth.
That's really good to hear. Thank you. And I was intrigued by your comment in your statement about crime. And since we have started with AB 109, and then we went to Prop 47, 57, now we're down to some rapes are misdemeanors, and most of the crimes that people are committing, it's just revolving doors, and our sheriff's department's going through so much work to try to keep us safe. What are your thoughts on keeping us safer and reducing crime?
Well, I do the Safe School Plan, and I work with the district to develop the Safe School Plans every year. And I just looked at the crime rates, and not only was it homicides, which have increased, but also burglaries, car thefts in our city. Now, we're still way below the national level, but it is a scary thought. I never thought that I would live in Santa Clarita and have an alarm system in my house, which I do. I work very closely with law enforcement through the schools, and I follow all their suggestions. I think we need to start, because of the growth in our community, we need to start being a little bit more savvy. I hate to say it, but be a little bit more like you live in New York City, you know. Look for cars in your area that maybe don't belong there. As far as how our city council can promote safety, I'm very pleased to hear that you added a deputy. I would like to see an increase in our law enforcement. I am very happy about the new sheriff's station that is being built because I think that it will be a solid organization for our community, and they will have more assets and more resources to work with.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Wait. Sorry. Kind of a similar question that I asked of Ms. Mercado Fortine about, your involvement with the students and, some of the challenges that you're facing. I have a tween. I have a 7th grader, and seeing, their life and because you're part of the disciplinary aspects of your job. What are some of the challenges that you're seeing that kind of our tweens are facing? Because that's obviously going to be a little bit different than some of the high school kids, elementary school kids.
I always say that, first of all, the Hart District is an amazing district with very dedicated teachers, good quality teachers. And so my 3 children went through the Hart District. I feel very comfortable and very satisfied with the education they received and how safe they were in their school. I also believe that we talk about the drug problem and we talk about, the tween situation, all that. And while there are a lot of pressures on students, as a disciplinarian in the school, out of 1,100 students, I deal with maybe 50 in my office. And so we need to keep a clear view of what is the discipline issues, what are the tweens. Having said that, those 50 are just as important, and we need to help them. I visit homes. I speak to parents. I work with students. I bring them into my office. What? You have 3 missing assignments? Let's have lunch together. And I bring them lunch, and I buy them lunch, and I go get them lunch, but they're there doing the work. I think that I'm very happy with the dedication of the Hart District and the fact that everyone thinks outside the box to bring these kids that are going through difficult times into the fold. You're welcome. What? Anything else? Thank you.
Mr. De La Cerda, followed by Brian Block, followed by Ken Weissman. Thank you. So I get, similar to coming to the question that Mayor Pro Tem has asked a few others when it comes to time And I know and we've talked before, and in your application, your day job is outside of Santa Clarita, and so you're a commuter like many people are. So I appreciate that you have that, you get that experience. So one, I want to make sure that you would have the okay from your employers, because obviously that's this job isn't just the council meetings, as you know, as a school board member, and there's a lot more during the day, and your flexibility there, how you feel about that, and being able to to balance all of that.
My employer is highly supportive of individuals that work in the public education system to be part of their communities. What's fortunate, I have a boss, and our college president also serves in his local community, on a commission. So having a boss, certainly running a college, and then him also commuting from Orange County to the east side. Similarly, I have that kind of role model in what I do, in my day-to-day job in Los Angeles. It is an important question, because I know it's a question that many people face when they're trying to serve their community, and they live here in Santa Clarita, and they commute outside of the valley. Fortunately, I have a very supportive family. First is my wife, Andrea, who really is, again, the CEO of our family, and the CFO, the Chief Family Officer. So as the Chief Family Officer of our family, she really makes certain that we're covering all our bases with our four children in town. And I'm very fortunate and blessed to have a wife who, again, dedicates the time to the family, but yet she also owns her own business. So she can work out of the home and has flexibility to do that. For me, I see a lot of individuals where time management can be a challenge. I went to college and have an executive MBA program where I actually studied time management and really emphasize on how do I schedule my time wisely so I can balance that with the things that I do currently in the community. I think what's important is, again, to prioritize what we do in our community. And if I was to serve as a city council member, again, I think you could speak to my fellow board members at Saugus School District. Over the last 11 years, I've been able to engage in the schools, get to know the community. I know every principal by name. I know hundreds of teachers. Of course, I wish I knew all 5,000 kids' names in our district, but it's hard to memorize 5,000 names. But what I do know for certain is that I would certainly make the time that it needs to do this job the best that I could.
Following up, you mentioned, with your position on the Saugus District, obviously, if you were appointed, that would leave a gap, there at the board. And are you comfortable with, the work that you've done on the board, and that, there's nothing you feel that's left, unfinished, or you're comfortable with transitioning over, from the board, and that, the board's in good hands and can, all of those things, that if you left, because this would be, a more abrupt, change, for, any of that. It's not, it's not a regular election cycle where, there's some lead up time. And so I just want to kind of get your thoughts on leaving the board.
Right. I just want to share one of the first things I made certain of is to interact with my colleagues when I was making this decision to apply. I have all their full support, and they're actually in a board meeting right now, tonight, which, unfortunately I'm missing some business, but what's fortunate, we cover for each other, and our board has always been one where we work with each other when we have other obligations. There is always business to be done, and more business and better business to be done, and we can't definitely not continue to progress with public education in Santa Clarita. I believe we're at a very good building point right now where we just passed a bond, and that bond's going to give better technology infrastructure, and we're looking forward to implementing new projects and programs of public safety in our community, and of course the city is an important partner in that. Would I be leaving too soon, I think might be the question. 11 years of service, I feel very proud to have been reelected 3 times. If I wasn't appointed, I continue to serve the best I can my entire term, and then decide if I'm going to run again. But I believe that it's all about timing, and it's all about opportunity. And this opportunity was one that many people in this community told me that they thought it would be a good time for me to apply. and look at what other things I can do to serve not just Saugus, Valencia, and Canyon Country, but to expand beyond that by helping Newhall, by working on other projects outside around the perimeters of the city as well. And so I plan on doing that, and I really am blessed to have served in this community and had the support of many people year after year. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Block, followed by Ken Weissman, and followed by Robert Cooper.
Yes. Mr. Block, I had a question for you, and I've got another one for another gentleman here. And I openly tell you, sir, I was very impressed with your credentials and experience. But the one thing that has got me concerned is your time. And I know it's been mentioned by other council members here, is talking to various folks that have been good enough to come forward. But time is a very important aspect of this responsibility. And if I interpreted everything correctly, you're a full-time teacher still.
Yes, I am. With that in mind, I would like to say, first of all, both my children are at college, and I have found that I found out that I discovered that I had a lot more time once they became 8th graders and wanted nothing to do with their dad. But now that they're at college, there actually is quite a bit more time. Obviously, I would have to, redo my schedule for the period of time that I would be serving on the board. And as I said, I have no desire for election. There were certain after-school activities or before-school activities I would have to change. Fortunately, there was a prep period during my day that I would also kind of work with my principal, who was one of the people who gave me a recommendation to make sure that I would be able to fit the duties as well. Finally, since I have been working as a teacher for 20 years, 19 of them at the same school in Sun Valley, I have a great deal of, personal time that I would be able to use in order to make duties for the board. So the answer is I would be able to both work around it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Weissman coming up, Robert Cooper, and Jason Gibbs. Thank you. So, Mr. Weissman, I think one of the downsides a little bit about doing the appointment is the applicants may not be aware of all of the disclosures and all of the public documents that go along with this job. And one of them is it's called the Form 700, and in that we have to disclose our income, our spouse's income, all of our investments, real property, stocks, mutual funds, all of our financial data within. You don't have to give the exact amount, but it's within a range, which is part of that, and that's all part of public review. And I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that and that you're comfortable with that, given your position, and that your employees will have access to that information, competitors, all of those things that that kind of go along with being serving in a public capacity, and all of those public disclosures that go along with it.
That's a very good concern, and I did see that was going to be a necessary step in this, and I did read that document to a great degree, and I understand what I'll be disclosing, and I'm not going to have a problem with that.
And again, and you don't feel that there would be any conflicts there. I know other districts have had circumstances where maybe a conflict has arisen after appointments have been made, and others, and so I just again want to make sure, because of your involvement in running a company out here, that you feel that that's all been vetted.
I think I'm going to be perfectly fine with that. From every question I've read on the Form 700 and the accompanying number of schedules that I'm sure I'll be filling out every one of them.
Quite a few different schedules of that. Very good. Any other questions?
No, I just want everyone to know that if you sit up here, you live in a fishbowl, and you have to love it.
I completely respect that.
Good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper. followed by Jason Gibbs, followed by Kevin Rosenberg.
Thank you.
Laura McLean.
Dr. Cooper, I am enthralled with the fact that you deal with college-age students,
Yes.
and that you have a youngster also coming up in
Absolutely.
the educational process. I guess families out here have busy lives.
Yes.
Their children, our children, have busy lives. And one of the things that I'm concerned with, well, not necessarily concerned with, but am an advocate for, is civic engagement of our families and our young people. How do you have an idea of how we enhance our civic engagement within our city?
Yes. And I think it starts with being a role model. I think one of the things that happens for me as a college professor is to teach young people the importance of civic engagement. I teach courses on leadership and politics. And when this came open, I said, I gotta do what I preach. And it's about setting an example. My daughter's here today because I wanted her to see the process. I wanted her to understand what it means to give back to a community that is given to you. And so I think it starts with, and this is a fine example. You've got people who are saying, I want to get involved. And so I think someone said it. It would be a shame if the city council didn't find a way to involve the people that are here today in some form or fashion. And then to connect that with young people in our schools, to partner with them, to create opportunities for young people to see democracy in action. You know, I laid it out. I said, why me? Why now? Why now? Because I think we're at a crossroads in our country that we have to, as ordinary citizens, take back the government. So it's a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If we want change, we have to be the agent of change. And I think it starts with making sure that we are the adults, model for young people what it means to be civically engaged. And it doesn't necessarily mean being on the city council, but it may just be aware of the issues that confront our city and to think about how we can make a positive impact in that way.
Thank you. I wanted to mention something at the very beginning when we were talking, when I started to hear everyone and I heard the wonderful ideas that people brought. I thought back to a time before I was even on the city council when we had a community civic association. I would so look forward to all of you in this room. I've got you. It's sitting in this room right now. What we do need is we do need to have some civic engagement to bring forth positive, wonderful ideas for us to be able to work on. And it is my fervent hope that we can only choose one, but this is a whole room full of fantastically wonderful people engaged in our community. And I would like to see something come about with the civic association. And I don't know if we can... I don't know if we can even talk about this now, but started maybe as an inaugural group by the city and then have it kind of go in. So what you said just is really impressive. Thank you.
And I think to respond to one of the questions you asked one of the other candidates about how do you bring people together, I think one of the issues is there's a misunderstanding and miscommunication of what the issues are. So part of it starts with education. We have to educate our community about what are the real issues, what is that we're on the left and on the right about, because I think that there's oftentimes people are making decisions based on misinformation. So it starts with that civic engagement, having the right information to make the right decisions.
You vote in all elections?
Yes.
So just one other question, and I enjoyed our one-on-one last week, and we talked about it a little bit, and you brought it up again today. And sometimes we have to ask a little bit more difficult questions. But one of the things you mentioned is that your daughter goes to Stevenson Ranch Elementary School.
Absolutely.
That is not in the city.
Absolutely.
And so I don't want to be, in your personal, but that is, as I understand it, Stevenson Ranch is a very crowded school and, is pretty, condensed to residents of Stevenson Ranch. And I just want to make sure that there are no issues with your residency, that you are a resident here in the city of Santa Clarita, not
Absolutely. And the reason why my daughter goes to Stevenson Ranch Elementary School is because they have a fine music program, and she plays the violin. And we're trying to make sure she gets the best opportunity she can to become a great violinist.
No, very good. And that's, like I said, because it was out there at the meeting, that it was important that,
Yes.
that I wanted to give you a chance to clarify that. So,
Absolutely.
very good. Very good. Mr. Gibbs, followed by Mr. Rosenberg, and then Bill Miranda.
Mayor, if I may, I promise I do have a sports coat and a tie at home. I do.
This is the second time I've seen you, though.
Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't want people to think I was different. I just want you to know I do have one.
I want to know, though, is the tie you have is the one that Chuck Champion gave you at the Signal one?
No,
or did
it's
you give that back?
it is a NBA Jam tie from about 1997.
Well, I like a little vintage.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to ask questions after that dialogue. Actually, it was the same question as I asked the other gentleman. Reading and listening to your remarks, and once again, time is always an issue here for the city council. And are you going to have the ability to have the flexibility and meet the commitments, because they are significant, sir. By no means, ladies and gentlemen, is this just a gathering on Tuesday nights every other week for purposes of making some decisions. As indicated by Marcia a few moments ago, the committee work, the meetings with our community members, I'm telling you, it is a huge, huge commitment. And I know in the selection process, we've got to have people that have got some flexibility, ability to meet the needs of the community. Your comment?
Yes, sir. I believe that I would. My boss was one of the first people to give me a letter of recommendation for this when I told him that I wanted to pursue it. I've transitioned over the last couple of years to been able to do most of my engineering work from home. I do have an occasional trip about once every 2 or 3 weeks to the Central Coast, but I am always available, email, phone, whatever it needs to be. You can FaceTime me. Maybe I'll get Snapchat if you guys do that. But my wife does work full-time, but we have a nanny that helps with our new 4-month-old son. We've done what we could to keep her mother in town so she can help with our child care needs, and my wife has fully supported me coming out here to do this. So I think I'd be able to give the time that it needs.
Trust me on this one. That is important.
Yes, sir.
If the boss lady isn't in tune.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
I don't need you to have a tie. You look just fine the way you are. I mean, this is Santa Clarita. I think dress up is Dockers and a polo shirt for gentlemen. But I do want to know,
Wish you had told me that.
Well, Mayor. But I do want to, you vote in all elections?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. I believe that's it, Councilmember. All right.
Thank
You're
you.
good. Thank you. Mr. Rosenberg? Come on down. Mayor Pro Tem?
You were so energetic. I just love that. You're an
It's a failing.
attorney?
I'm sorry?
You're an attorney?
Unfortunately. I'm not practicing. I gave that up right away.
Since you've had that experience, I need to ask you about your time constraints. And we spend way more time than people know. So how are your time constraints?
In all honesty, I'm seriously wondering about that. I don't have as much available time as some of the other folks who have been up here, and I realize that. I commute to El Segundo, and I go where the federal government tells me to go. My understanding after talking to the clerk's office was that there would not be a problem with that. That being said, I'd be lying if I said there aren't other folks who have been up here who are far more qualified on the time front.
You are an amazing man. I'm glad I asked you to come up. Do you vote in all elections?
I voted in most elections. I think I missed 1 or 2 over the years where I didn't get an absentee ballot in time.
Happens. And how do you bring people to consensus in order to come to conclusions? What's your take on bringing people together that have diverse opinions?
That's been my job for the last 8 years. As I said, I ran away from being an attorney.
but as a federal employee. I started as an intern, and I left in a position of senior management at the Air Force Base down in El Segundo, which until I started working there, I didn't know there was an Air Force Base down in El Segundo. But over the years, I found that one of the things that, at the risk of being, of tooting my own horn, one of the things that I've been pretty good at is being energetic and bringing people together. Because especially when you get a lot of engineers together, they have diverse opinions, and unless you give them constraints, they will continue to have opinions about everything you can possibly have opinions about until the world explodes. The difference between an introverted engineer and an extroverted engineer: an introverted engineer, when he or she talks to you, will look at their feet. An extroverted engineer will look at your feet. I work with a lot of...
Mr. Bergman, can you confirm that? Or as can you...
I work with a lot of very brilliant people who are far more knowledgeable about a lot more things than I am. That being said, it's my job as a manager, has been my job as a manager and now as a consultant to managers, to bring them together to consensus, to the best possible solution that pleases the most number of people. There is no one perfect answer, but if you get people working together passionately, you can get the best possible answer.
Thank you, sir. You're refreshing, and it was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. This has been fun.
Mr. Miranda.
Yes.
You okay there? Okay.
Yeah, give her a second. Oh,
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Miranda, you vote in all elections?
I've never missed one to my knowledge.
Good to hear. I read through your notes, and you have a broad business experience and deep roots here. Tell me about, I know you successfully helped merge the Hispanic Chamber with the SAV Chamber. How did you bring that together and keep focused and bring diverse opinions together and bring all of that into one house?
That wasn't easy. That was a very difficult thing to bring everybody together because there were people who insisted on their way or the highway. And so when people put their feet down and dig them in the sand, it's very difficult to move them. So you have to constantly be working with both sides to bring them toward the middle to develop a consensus. That means you can't be bossy. That means you can't attack people. That means you have to look to their inner good as opposed to their outer anger. And you have to work with people to get them to come to the center. Not everybody came to the center, but the majority did. It was a tough decision. It was a tough haul, but we made it happen.
Tell me a little bit about bringing economic vitality and jobs to Santa Clarita in your business experience, what your thoughts are on that.
Right. We have a very strong economic development corporation center here, okay? We need to work very closely with them to help them bring in companies like they just did, Sunkist, okay? Major employer, major corporation. We need to go out into the greater community, the Los Angeles community, the county, and maybe even the state, and sometimes maybe even out of state. There are companies out there that are looking for a business-friendly community. There are companies out there that are looking for a trained and well-educated workforce. We have all of that here. We need to get that message out. We need to help. And it's not for all of us to go out and get that message, but we have to work as a team through the Economic Development Center, through our Chamber of Commerce, to work to get the message out that Santa Clarita is a great place to have a business, and it's a great place to find good, qualified, skilled employees. And that's the message I want to get out.
This will be my last question. I know you've worked with a lot of, you're a veteran, and you've worked with a lot of nonprofits like Single Mothers Outreach.
Yes, I have.
And,
Family Promise, Single Mothers Outreach. American Diabetes Association, the Senior Center. If I may, I'll tell you a quick story. My mother-in-law is 95 years old. She told me before I came here, don't forget to mention the Senior Center. And I go, mother-in-law, please, calm down. I'll mention the Senior Center. She says, no. I go there 3 times a week. My 95-year-old grandmother goes to the Senior Center 3 times a week. And by the way, when she was about 85 years old, she met her boyfriend over there. Okay? So if I don't support the Senior Center, and I have for many years, if I don't support the Senior Center, I'm in trouble at home.
And you think you have the time with all of that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I posed to Dr. Cooper a little while ago. What are your ideas for bringing civic engagement to those who don't really have a lot of time to be involved necessarily, and to bring up our young people into being interested in community service?
Well, first of all, not having a lot of time oftentimes is an excuse. And it's funny how we have lots of times to see special television programs or go to Starbucks on a regular basis or whatever. We can find time if it's important enough. So what we have to do for our young people is make it important enough. The young lady over here mentioned triplets, right? But she takes the time. She focuses. The pastor, Pastor Cooper, takes the time, and he teaches and trains. He does leadership. He teaches and trains people to take the time, make the time to engage with the kids. Now, in Santa Clarita, we have a very vibrant community center in Newhall. So there are a lot of families in Newhall that would not be engaged with their kids if it wasn't for our community center in Newhall. The other thing we have in the Newhall area is the public library. What a difference that has made for our community, for our Newhall community. These were people that didn't use a library when it was a little library on the side street. Now everybody uses a library. More people are getting educated. More people are finding out. They have access to information. They have access to the internet. Wow. That's how you engage.
Thank you very much.
So real quick, you were the last applicant. And I guess my question is, and it was, you obviously got in under, let's see, 3:16 p.m. It was your time stamped. So, I mean, is that an indication of maybe some hesitancy or indecision about doing this, or so maybe help me understand if you can answer that a little bit.
No, not at all. There's no hesitancy at all. The lateness was waiting closer to the deadline to see who would apply and who wouldn't apply. All right. I have some close associates that I was hoping would apply. When they didn't apply, I just said, you know what, I have to jump in.
And then just kind of piggybacking on your comments, Mayor Pro Tem, about all of your community involvement, I think, along with the time issue, I think a bigger question is, are you willing to give some of that up? Because, for example, I believe at our next council meeting, we're going to be talking about community grants and offer grants to nonprofits, in the city. And, if you're serving on several boards and others, there's room for conflict. And again, the personal decision I made when I joined the council, the first time was to step away from all of the boards that I had served on, because I didn't want there to be a conflict or seen as any potential for favoritism, so to speak. And so I think that's more my question to you is, sometimes it's this job is great, and there's a lot of good things that go along with it, but there are things that you have to give up, and there are sacrifices that you have to make. And I just want to make sure that, all of that, serving on all, and being involved in all those activities, you get stretched pretty thin, and sometimes it can create a conflict.
To me, the council is the biggest board of all. It's the opportunity to serve more of our citizens than sitting on any other board. And because of that, I would gladly give up all my other board positions to serve in the council.
And I'm certainly not saying that is, a condition or a prerequisite. It was just that was a decision that I made for myself, and that, I think all the council members, pared down our outside involvement once we joined the council because of
we want to stay married too.
So,
well, I've been married for 40. Next week, it's going to be 43 years. So I think I'm okay with that.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you very much, unless there's any other. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other, last call, are there any other candidates or applicants that we missed, or something that, tweaked your mind that you wanted to ask anybody? Very good. So then we will close, that portion of the meeting. And this is where now we will go to see if we can find a consensus. We want to, so we get to talk about you. But like high school, we get to do it in your face. So one thing, though, just a couple kind of reminders. And many of you have said about, and we talked about at the beginning about being involved and staying involved. I would encourage that those of you that aren't nominated, if you are sincere about your desire to be involved, there are so many other ways that you should. If you reach out to me or any of the council members, I guarantee you we will help you find a place to be involved where your passion is. With Santa Clarita, it doesn't matter what your passion is, where your heart is. There is an organization for that, and I think one of the speakers mentioned about, I think it was Scott who mentioned that 400 or 500 people out of the 200,000 plus, that needs to change and that needs to grow. And so if you have a passion for something, and this didn't work out, if you reach out to, I think any of us, I can speak for all of us, that if you hit us up, we will help you find your passion in a way to be involved. Secondly, so just, and maybe the city attorney can provide some clarity if I misspeak. So to obtain the appointment, obviously the best way is through getting, if you get 3 or 4 votes, that is, you are appointed. However, an abstention, so if one of the council members chooses to abstain, that counts as a yes. So theoretically, if there was 2 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention, that person would be appointed. If there were 2 ayes and 2 abstentions, that person would be appointed. If there are 2 ayes and 2 noes, you are not appointed. So a tie does not go to the runner, so to speak. A tie is a loss in this manner. And so just to be clear of how this will and can shake down. And so what I'd like to do is again open it up to the council, to talk about candidates and see if we can begin to find a consensus. And I would appreciate before any, if possible, if any motions are made, that we allow everyone to speak about their candidates and who they are feeling positive about, so that we can have that dialogue first before any voting goes down, because I think we should at least have everyone have their opportunities. So,
Mayor, let me ask you, when you just referenced that. So if somebody says, I want to talk about a candidate, do you want all the council to weigh in before there's a second?
I would like to hold the motion until all the candidates all the council members have had an opportunity to kind of say our piece about the process and potential candidates. Prefer that
voting perspective.
From a voting perspective, certainly, if you say that I look at appropriate time, I'm going to want to nominate candidate X. We certainly can do that, but I would not feel comfortable, if possible. I mean, again, it's the council's pleasure, but if Kellerman, the floor is yours. If you choose to nominate somebody right off the bat, and there's a second right off the bat, certainly we can, the question can be called. I'd prefer that we have a little bit more dialogue than that, but certainly that is, the pleasure of the council. But I think we owe it to the people that are here to talk about, their efforts and what we have thought, so they know where we're coming from on.
Well, I think 50 people were amazing to apply. Thank you. Oh, I mean, we could talk about every one of them. They all have wonderful aspects, and so many of them have given already a lot to the community and a lot of heart. So I just wanted them to know how much I appreciate them and every single one of them. And I do want to say this is probably the toughest thing a city council ever has to do, because so many of you are friends, neighbors, relatives, co-workers. We play on sports teams together. It's just because we are a small town type of community, and even though there's a lot of population here, we are geographically isolated, and we all sort of run around in circles together. So thank you all for all you do. You are really what makes Santa Clarita amazing.
I think Lorene has said it very well, ladies and gentlemen, and I will tell you, and I mean this very sincerely, I was amazed at the level of credentials and experiences that were brought forth here tonight by so many of you. I'm going to mention a couple of names, and just I think there's only one or two of them that I'm going to mention where I've had any prior contact or have known these folks, but that are some people that I really was so impressed with your background and your ability to come forward and articulate a number of things. Mark Elfmont, Dr. Elfmont, I should say, Jack Levenberg, Scott Shepard, Anna Dwork, Brian Block, Bill Miranda, who I've known for a long time and what a quality guy, Jason Gibbs, Daquan Melkonian, learned that man is a fellow LAPD guy. He's going to get some points with me on that. You know that, of course. And others. It is so impressive that so many people would want to come forward. Folks, I know we've all done this. We've all read the material. I know that. I've looked at your backgrounds. I've read your letters of support. And like I say, thank you, Lorene, because you're right. This is not an easy decision. I can easily pick 10 of you and say, welcome. You were qualified. You belong here. I'm going to jump out. You got to start somewhere, folks. I feel very, very strong about Brent Braun, and I will articulate why. As many of you, but I'm looking at primarily this gentleman's background. He's got an incredible background of experience. He's filled numerous positions of leadership and management. He's been an attorney. He's been an extensive work in the FBI, a special agent. He's been a supervisor with the FBI. He's been the general manager for Edison. He's helped with programs and working with people and manage people. He's a business owner. He's in the consulting business today, so I know he has the ability, the flexibility. I think we could say he's kind of a quasi-retired individual, but he still keeps his thumb in the pie He's out there doing things. He's got an incredible background of philanthropy. He's been with the City of Hope. He's worked with our senior center. He's been a Los Angeles Police Reserve officer years ago. He's been in the military. He served in the Air National Guard for approximately 6 years, having left as an E5. You know, it was one other item that he's got amongst his background and materials here that I really feel very passionate about, it, very positive about. And it's because he got a letter of endorsement from our recently installed newest member of the 5th District Supervisor, Catherine Barger. And I will tell you, from my work on this city council, I know firsthand how important it is that we have a strong working relationship with the county. And as I reflect back in my history, folks, with our city, I will tell you there was a time a few years back, it was miserable, our relationship with the county. And over the years, it's worked on it, and it's increasingly become better and better. But I will tell you, this new supervisor, Catherine Barger, we hit a home run with that lady. We've already, our city manager knows firsthand, along with some other staff members, have sat down with her and have worked on partnerships, not only with our senior center, partnerships with the new sheriff's station, partnerships on some parks, partnerships on some of our veteran activities, and I'm downright excited that we have that lady on board. And I know by the fact that she has given this 2-page letter of endorsement, if you will, for Brent Braun, that our future will be very, very positive in working with the county. And I appreciate, and I think, Cameron, you've outlined a very fine way to approach this, but I feel very strong, obviously, for this gentleman. I feel very strong for so many of you. But I do believe with his qualifications, what he's experienced in the past, his complete savvy of the business community, that's extremely important. So many of you talked about, and you understand the importance of, we have to be very, very careful with our economic development. And I know we've got a lot going for us, our Economic Development Corporation, our Chamber, our Valley Industrial Association, the college, all working together. We've got to keep those partnerships going. But I know that this man understands the importance of it and would be capable of playing a very strong leadership role in that endeavor. So with that, I thank you very much, Mayor.
Very good. Go, Councilmember McLean.
The names that you mentioned on your list, I think I agree with you. I don't know if you mentioned Dr. Cooper. I was very, very.
If I didn't, I'll mention him now because I got to tell you, there's some credentials if you've ever seen him. Very, very impressive.
Right. That being said, I have kind of honed in on a person that I believe is very good at bringing the community together. For what he did, bringing the Latino Chamber and the SCV Chamber together, I know for a fact that was very, very difficult. He was able to do that. He believes in economic vitality. He is a small business owner right now, which I think is that small business is the backbone of our community. I really liked what he said about making what we do important enough for people to be involved and to educate. And I also was very impressed with the names, like you said, like Jack Levenberg and Dr. Cooper, but I've kind of honed in on Bill Miranda.
Mayor. By the way, I just want to compliment the mayor. Hasn't he just been amazingly fun tonight? He's just been a fun guy. Give him a hand.
See, well, now that all the applications are done, you see who applauds and who does. They should have done that before, then they all would have applauded.
Okay.
Right.
We have to get
been
through
watching.
this. I am just so in awe of some of you, and I know what it takes to get up there, and especially some of the folks that are very involved in the community, but they don't come and speak to governing bodies like the Board of Supervisors or the council, so it's a kind of a stressful thing, but you've all done an amazing job, and my hat's off to all of you. I just have to mention, Attorney Kevin Rosenberg was so refreshing. Very straightforward and an amazing talent, and I really appreciated his commentary. And Dr. Dwork, just have to find things for you to be involved in if you want them. Just really appreciated meeting you here for the first time. But I have to say, I'm very mindful of bringing community consensus together and the time it takes, and being on par with understanding the patience of continuing to excel in this century, this city, and the work it will take with the Economic Development Corporation and the college, our chamber. We're going to have a lot of work to do on public safety, and still being mindful of our nonprofits and the homeless and all of the things that go into making our quality of life here. And I was very impressed with Bill Miranda. I mean, he has dedicated so much, and he's just a very committed man, and has worked with seniors and the business community and the chamber, and the list goes on. And he's very gentle with people, and that's a very good quality to have when you have to serve such a diverse community as we have. Of that patience and that gentleness. So he is somebody that I strongly want to put forward.
Thank you. And the beauty of speaking last is I can hear from the council, and certainly both names that have been brought forth are names that I can support for all the reasons that have been articulated. But I do want to again just put out. Again, if we want to, look, step out of the box or look a little non-traditional, or however you want to articulate it, but someone that we have all mentioned, is Dr. Dwork, and the time that I spent with her, and then the time here, I think she is a very dynamic candidate, somebody who is in tune with our young people. She's about to retire. So I think that's when, and I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that if we're not ready to support her to join the council now, it is. I very much want to continue talking and having her involvement along with her retirement, because I think that is again. She fits exactly where I think where this council and where the city is going, and is in tune with that, and so I'd like to keep her her name out there as well, and Mr. Wiseman, and with a business owner and a large employer here, sees things differently than the rest of us as well, but again, I am. The name, certainly Mr. Braun and everybody else that that we've talked about, share that that list of being impressed. And I think Councilmember Keller said that there's a large number of the applicants that could step right in and would hit the ground briskly walking, as Councilmember McLean said as well. But so with that, I mean, at this point, this is kind of where we have it. We have some names out there. If there is a motion that wants to be made.
I'd like to move Bill Miranda.
Second that.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on Mr. Miranda. Is there any further discussion by the council?
I just want to say I don't think I've ever sat through a meeting, and I've been in here when there were 500 people, all with dissenting points of view. And I don't think there has ever been a time when it was tougher to have to say, I have to make a decision, and of 50 people, I can only pick one. And thank you all so much.
Those are my sentiments exactly.
Very good. Then we do have excuse me, we do have a motion and a second. The motion is to nominate Bill Miranda to fill the vacancy on the Santa Clarita City Council. Is there anything else I need to do?
Just corrections to appoint Mr. Miranda.
What did I say?
Nominate.
Very good. And I believe then the nomination is, the appointment is made today. Then the plan would be for the next regularly scheduled council meeting to officially swear in that nomination. So we do have a motion and a second. City Attorney, we're good? Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Keller?
And I say this, Bill, you're a good friend. I have the utmost regard for you, sir. I'm going to vote no, but I want you to know that, trust me on this one, you're a fine man and you do a great job.
Councilmember McLean?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem West?
Aye.
Mayor Smythe?
Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Miranda. And again, we want to thank everybody for their time and for being here. Next meeting is the 24th, regularly scheduled meeting, 6 o'clock. We are adjourned.